Okay.
Okay, so we will start with this. Let me create a new node for QA, Selenium, course. Okay, let's see which one. Just change it. 23 March. Okay. So what is GitHub? GitHub is like it's a repository where um anyone can store their complete code. So team members can access this code uh, or so consider it like a cloud where you can store all your program or like complete folder or like complete project. So you can store your this complete project into a repository. Okay. Um, so to do that, first thing you need is like a GitHub account. So make sure you have a GitHub account. So I have one GitHub account. I'll log into that and I'll show you that how it looks. Sign into Git. So github.login is the URL. It has already signed me in, but if you don't have an account, you can first create an account, sign up. After creating an account, you will get this page. So this is my dashboard. Right now, I don't have anything, so it's like a fresh copy. That's why you see it here. There's no repository, so I can't see any repository, but I'll share the link. So this is the link. Okay. So what I have to do first is I have to create um, a repository because there's no repository. But currently, when I write code, it stays in my system and wherever this folder is located. What I'll do is if I want to, so why do we need this? If I want to share this program with you, I have to first zip it or do something and then share this folder with you, right? Through email or through any other means of communication. But this is with the help of GitHub, I can share this complete program of mine into the GitHub repository. And then from there, anyone can download it. It's like a cloud where people can store their code and or like their project, and anyone in the team can access this project, this project. So we need to run this before the workforce resources. Mm, that's not everything. Mm-mm. There's no tab or teaching guide. Okay. So first thing I'll do is I'll create a repository because I don't have anything to pull. So in your repository, you can do two things. One is like you can create the repository, and Once the repository is created, you can pull it from the repository. So let's see how to do that. Okay, so first I'll go to my github.com. My login is there, so I'm logged in. I'll create a repository. Um, it will ask me for a repository name. I'll give it as let's say Selenium project. Okay, and then description is Selenium automation project. I can keep this project as public so that anyone can download it. If I make it private, that means like people can just download it from this place, but they cannot upload it. So for right now, I'll keep my project as public. Rest, everything can be accessed, and I will create a repository. So these are the steps to create a repository after you log in into github.com. And after your repository is set up, you can see that you will have this as your dashboard. Now we have to first put code into this repository. So this repository is empty right now. There is nothing, no project, no files, nothing in this repository. So if I come down, I can see that this is my project. You can ignore these two for now. GitHub Copilot is for uh, it's a AI program helper, but we don't need these two, so I'll let it be. So here you can see that there's a quick setup, which tells like if you want to uh, if you want to put some files into this project, you can use this link if you're using HTTPS, or you can use the SHS. This is like again a way to connect to this one, but we will be using HTTPS protocol to put our project folders in this or like our project into this folder. Okay, so they already give us like some of the commands. All these are the commands which you will be using from your git bash in order to like in order to upload your project first, and then anytime if you want to pull from the project, push from the project, like we will be learning more about like git operations. But yeah, they will give you some of the repository commands. Here we need commands like this one, get in it, we need commit, we need remote. So make sure that you can see that this add origin, remote add origin, and then this link is similar to what you see here, like it's the same link. So we might be needing all this. So let's see how to first um, import our project, right? So first thing which we have to do is like import our project or like upload our project into this repository. So how do we do that? So let's see how to do that. So first I'll be going to my location or like the folder where I have this project. So this is my entire project, right? So I'll go to this learning, new, oh, sorry. I'll go to see this in terminals. Once I'm here, I'll have this learning, so I can double click it. So this is my entire project. So this is the project which I want to upload it. So I'll open this learning up until this point, and what I'll do is I'll do a git bash here. So if your git bash is installed in your machine, when you do a right click um, in your folder windows, you will see this git bash here. So once I click on that git bash here, I'll see this screen which shows up. And you can already see that right now it is pointing to the location which I want, which, so this is, I hope this is visible. So this is currently located, or like this is command line kind of a view where you can see that currently um, the folder which it's pointing is new workspace slash learning. So I don't know if PWD works here, but let's see. Okay, yeah. So PWD is like present working directory, and it says like it's pointing at C user Shrikant new workspace learning. So this is like the same, like C user Shrikant new workspace learning. So this is where my program is stored, or like project is stored. So I can see that like if I do a git bash open here, it will take me to this place directly. But if in case like this option does not show up for you, you can click here and open git bash from here also. So if you write git bash, you can open from here also. But in that case, you have to come to this path where your project is located. So you have to do C and then copy this path and then paste it here, and then that way you can come to the same directory as here. But you have to make sure that your this CMD is in the directory where from where you are uploading the project, right? So this is all to upload a project. Um, Now after coming here, first thing what you have to do, or your first command should be git init, and this will create. So first you have to, this will be your first command to run here to say that, okay, I want to use GitHub as versioning, controlling, and repository for myself. So this command. So that way, uh, and you can see that before there was this .git folder was not present, but once I do then git initialize, now I see this git. Now this folder will have all the logs which Git maintains in order to like whenever you pull from the repository or anything. So this Git folder keeps information on all this. So you don't have to look into this .git folder. You just need to know that when you initialize and here with the command git init, it will tell you, you're kind of telling that, okay, I want to create a repository of this project. So this is the first thing which you have to do. The second is now you have to add this repository, this folder, or like, and also you can see now it started to say like master here. So now what you have to do is like once you initialize the git, now you have to add this origin. Okay. So now let's see how to do that. So I can quickly go to uh, the GitHub place, and I need to add the origin. So this is my origin, and I'll come to this part. I will run this. So if I copy something to paste it in this window, I have to do a right click. So I copied it here from this browser. I copied git remote add origin and achieve. So this will add uh, that it will take the origin. So this is the origin, right? So this is the link from where I can access my project. So this is the origin. So what it does is it will go to this place, and it will link this place with our folder here, with our this folder. So let's see how that happens. So you'll do a git remote add origin, and that's it. Press enter. Your origin is created. Now, if I since we didn't upload anything right now, we can still see, right? This is up until now there is nothing uploaded. So your project is still blank. Even if I refresh, you can see that project is still blank. There's nothing uploaded yet. Even though we created the Git folder, we created the remote. So here we are just telling like, okay, this is the place from where we have where our repository is. So we are letting our this folder know. Okay, so the repository where we will be saving this project, or will be taking from this like, or from where we will be downloading it, is here. So we added that part. Now the next part is to see like what all is already uploaded. So right now we don't have anything uploaded. So if I do git status, so this will say, or like this will show us whatever file is not uploaded or what is uploaded already. So right now we have not uploaded anything. So we should see this entire project as not uploaded. So let's run. So see here it says like on main branch. Uh, we'll be talking about branch in some time now. And here it says like no commits yet. That means like we have not committed anything yet. And then this says untracked files. Untracked files as in all these folders have files and they are not included in our repository yet. See? So there's no commit yet as in like we didn't commit anything. So everything right now is untracked file. So that means like it is present in our system, which is here, and it's not present in the repository. Okay. So now with the help of git status command, we can see that. Okay, what is uploaded already, what is not uploaded. So right now nothing is uploaded and everything is in our system. So the next step is uh, what I have to do is, so I have to add all this into this uh, master or like into this repository, right? So command for that is git add double hyphen alt. Okay, so with the help of this command, I can uh, I can add all this into the repository main branch, master branch, because there's nothing yet. So you can see that it started copying and it will keep copying everything. So I have lots of files, so it is kind of copying all the files there. So let it copy. So it has copied already all the files. Um, so now still, even though it's like copied everything, it right now we are just telling our system that these are the files which we are going to upload it, but it still hasn't uploaded anything yet because of one where did that go? So up until now we have just uh, added all this file. So if I see the status, it will say that all these new files have been added. But remember that all this file is still in our machine. It's not uploaded it here. So like if I do a refresh, I'll still not see any files. But the reason is there is one command which controls this, which is like you have already added all the files, but for these files to be present in your repository, you have to do a final command called git commit, right? So this command, this is the most important command where I'm saying, you know, commit my code into uh, into the repository. And while committing, I can give a message. So -m stands for message, and this will be my first commit to GitHub repository. Okay. So this is my command and this is my commit. So I've committed it. So all the files, like there's so many files and folders, so they all are committed. And then you have to, I think still you cannot see anything here. Yeah, this repository is still new up until now. This will, this command will push all the code into repository.
Hi Shri,
Yeah.
this command line prompt or like all these prompts, where can we see? Maybe you give us like to know how to use them. I don't know, I'm not really conversant with GitHub and everything. I don't know. So I don't know if you can, or
Yeah,
where
yeah.
we go to see this command line prompts you are using. Right.
So so you're asking where to like.
Like all those um push like all those prompts, all those line prompts you were using on
Yeah.
the bash. So like where can we see them or like how to use them? Because like yeah, just going very fast and like of course like those
Oh,
those
those commands you're asking, where
yes,
can you find the
exactly.
commands?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'll be sharing with you, and if you need more, like I'll be sharing enough commands which are like required for you to pull and push. So once you get better with the commands which I'll give you, then you can research or not research, like you can type in Google saying that what are the Git commands to if you want to do some other operations than what we will learn today. So I think I'll be giving you all the commands right now. I think this will be more than enough for you. um, so yeah, I mostly use these commands. So it's like there are like 10 or 15 commands which you will be using all the time. Not even 10, 15. I think 10 is a lot. Like 10 would be the maximum which you need. So you'll see. I'll share that code with you in like 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
So this
A
is
lot of us are not conversant with well, I don't well, I'm speaking for myself, like I'm not really conversant with GitHub and Git Bash and no, so I mean it's like maybe the first time. I mean,
correct, correct. Yeah. No, but I mean, there are just 10 commands. I'll be giving you all those. I'll be giving them all to you, so you can know about them. Plus, after these 10 commands, if you still need more, then you can like research in Google. This GitHub is like very popular, and their commands are like super popular again. So you can search it and you will get it all.
okay.
Okay. So now coming back to Git push. So this push is the keyword, right? You have already committed as in like you told that, okay, these are the files which I want to send it to the repository, um, and that is tracked. Now, so like all this is still in your system. Even after you committed it, it's still in your system until you push it. So when you push it, oh, sorry, it's on this interest. So once you push it, all these folders, files, and everything, you can see that it's the pushing to the origin or master. Okay. So here it says that it has pushed everything to the master. So now if I go to my GitHub, if I do a refresh, I'll see this folder. See, this is the message which I gave first commit to GitHub repository, and this is the folder which we have it here. So if I go to my learning, you'll see settings, log, reports, and everything. And here also I see the same stuff, right? So this means and the first upload will always be in my master branch. Okay, so now I'll explain about something called branching. So this is my first upload, as in like I am the creator of this repository and I have created this master branch. So this is my first upload, right? So anything which you upload for the first time, it has to be in master branch. So master branch is something which has the latest working code without any bug. So this is the meaning. So what happens like in real time environment is like, imagine that you're working in a project where people will first come and so all the code will be maintained in a repository, be it GitHub or like Bitbucket or anything. So this format is followed, and like this format is same across any different repository. So first thing which we all should know is like the master branch. So master branch will have the all the code. So what you will do is like as a team member, imagine like you, me, and like me, Salim, Addy, we all are working in a project. Okay. So master file or like the master branch will have the code which is working fine. So what we will do is like I'll go like to the office today. I will pull the code from master, right? Addy will pull the code from master and SLM will pull the code from master. Okay, so this repository code is present with all the three of us. Now we will work on our test cases. We will write more scripts. We will add on more scripts. We will update some things, right? We will each do that. Okay. But after doing that, we need to commit our code into this, but we will not commit it to the master. We will create our own branch and then we will work on that. So I'll have my own branch from this master. I'll create a branch and I'll show you how to create the branch and everything. So I'll create a branch and I will commit my code into that branch first, right? And then after committing the code into the branch, uh, I will like it will be first reviewed by a team lead. So if there's a test team lead or someone who will review your work first. So after you wrote after you wrote some files, you will commit and you will push your code into the repository into a different branch. Okay, and from there you will create a or like what we say uh, merge request to the masters. Then what team lead will do, team lead will see your request and then team lead will say, okay, if team lead will review all the files which you have created, will see that everything is going to be fine. And then your team lead will merge all your code from your branch into this master branch. So this is the process and this is how it works. So master branch is the most like working or like the very base project, I would say, which works properly without any bug. And you can create your own branches from this master branch, make your changes there. And after you're done making all the changes, you feel like, okay, this is this program is now error free. Then you can commit into the master branch. I mean, like you can commit into your current branch and then say that, okay, I want to merge to the master branch. Then it gets reviewed by your team lead first, and then so we will see that process now. However, let me give you the code to do all this part first. However, you don't have to try it today or like right now. You can try it like later on also. So all the commands which we have used up until now is here. So I'll copy this, paste it here in this place first. How to create new repository in GitHub and then upload first project. Okay, so the step for this is here. Um, so these are the commands which even your you know what, I'll just not use that. Here are the step-by-step procedure which says like what I'll be doing. So all the commands, so you have to, so let me make it proper. So why do you have to do this and what you have to run? So you have to run that, plus you have to or run this. This is complete. Create a master branch first. We have to add everyone in the project export from master and work on it. Okay. And then you have to run git status to show
Sure.
the status. Yeah.
I'm getting an error when I try to push mine. It's, it's saying that everything changed in 2021 and I should enter my personal access token.
Uh, oh, so maybe there is something. Hold on. I'll let you know one second. So everything should be on track, and then uh, to add all the files in repository, and then you need this to commit all the new files into repository, then push code to GitHub repository. After this step, you can see all change all the files in get. Okay, perfect. So these are the steps which you have to follow. This will never change, right? So if you follow all these steps, you can create a new uh, project. Oh, my message is too long. So I'll send it in two shots. Don't worry, I'll share this file also with you, mind of your class. So these are the steps which you have to follow. Coming back to Selim, your question. So Selim, you're trying to create a repository right now?
Yes, yes.
You're still okay. Let's see your let's see your screen first, quickly.
All right. Um, can you see my screen?
Oh yes. So you have your account created, and
So
what is the error?
I'm just,
Authentication failed for support for project authentication username git push. So username is this. Password for this is support for password authentication was removed on this. You see this currently recommend modes of and okay. So looks like your authentication is failed. There should be a different. Did it ask you to choose the authentication method as this one?
yeah, it kind of asked me to sign in, but um, I think I finally found where to find my access tokens, but I'm not sure which one to use.
Oh, okay. Access token is like an again topic which I have not prepared for today. Can you click on? There's no other way to do it
Yeah,
because I choose this option. I chose the other option, like from. But now I think since you selected this for the first time, it will keep on asking you. Okay, for this access token setup, I need to first review and then I'll get back to you. So for up until that point, like you will not be able to create your repository because you have to first you have to do some setups before getting this to work. Your uh, SSH part or the
okay,
thing authentication. Yeah. So I'll send you the video. You can see that one and then uh that guy kind of explains like how to set up with your um the next the thing which you are seeing right now. So can you do a git push hyphen u origin master again? That
okay.
yeah, let's do that again. We'll see that if it does not give you this option, then what option it gives you right now. Git push hyphen u origin master. Can you do that?
Yeah, I just did that.
Uh, what did it? I can't see the screen in the bottom, so I don't know what it says.
How do I move this?
Username. Yes.
Is it asking you to do something here?
Yeah, so it's asking me to enter my username for GitHub.
Okay, so enter your username.
Um, I'm not sure if it's going to be my email or my actual username, but
I think your this username should be good enough. Yeah.
and then the password.
It asks you, okay, so you have to set up your password in a place like, uh, can you just give your password once again? Support for password authentication was removed on August 13th. Okay, so this one is removed. Okay, I'll get back to you on this because I didn't do this setup, so I'm not very sure of how it works.
Shri, nowadays we have to give access tokens only.
Access token, yeah, I have.
Yeah, he can click on the tokens and create a new token. He can give validity for the token. So if he's already go to tokens classics,
Yeah,
yeah, okay, you can give the validity for if, but this will expire after 30 days. Yeah,
we
it's
can say never expire also here. Like click.
yeah, Yeah,
this?
we can do that, and you have to click whatever you want to do, just like push, pull, and we have to give permission for all of that.
Oh, so I have to click on.
Yeah, you have to select all these things, all the check boxes.
Just select all right now. You don't care. Yeah, just select everything.
Yeah, like because you are going to have, but you have to keep the success token safe with you. Store it somewhere because it will display only once.
Oh
You
yeah.
have to copy and save it somewhere in a notepad or somewhere. Uh,
Users.
if Anselm is using IntelliJ, so
Yeah.
it's really easy. He can create a repository in the UI and he can go there in the IntelliJ. He can push, pull, and everything.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. From Eclipse also we can do that, but a little bit tricky.
Just make sure that you click on never expand. Oh, you did it already. It's okay. Just copy this one.
Copy this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Make
Also,
it
I'll
work.
just
Yeah. Save it somewhere.
Let's go back and try to use this password. Maybe it works.
hey, yeah, don't worry, save this somewhere already.
Okay.
Yeah. You saved it somewhere. Yeah. You can use it.
And now try to do the git push and same steps.
Okay. So still my username, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do I enter the access token now? That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it works. Okay, perfect.
You already in.
Thanks for
thank
letting
you.
me know this. Yeah. I got like when I was creating first time, I got two options. I thought like why should I choose this? I choose the other one. So it
Oh.
goes to my browser, it takes password from there and then it helps me log in. I didn't have to do this SSH key setup kind of thing.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, so now we have successfully created the repository. Now I'll be on the other hand and the other end, which is like so I have all the rights to manage the repository right now. But what if someone wants to download the code from here, right? From my repository. So what if someone wants to download this code from the repository here and and add their changes into some branch. So let me do that. So what I'll do is like I'm the user, but what I'll do is I'll try to create.
Sure, are you sharing your screen?
Yeah, that's sharing your screen.
Oh, sorry. Nice that you let me know. Screen share. Okay, so let me. So I'll create a new folder here, and I'll say project, and I'll open a Git bash at this location now. New project location. I'll close the other one because I don't need that one. I'll open my Git bash, and here I'll say now I need to pull the code from this repository, right? From this is my repository. I want to pull the code. So when I click on this code green button highlighted here, it will tell me to clone what I need. So this is the HTTPS request which I need, like this is the HTTPS link which I need to clone from my GitHub. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this, right? Or I can download the zip version or open like GitHub desktop. So there are so many ways to do this, but I'm choosing the HTTPS version where I'll use this link to download this file. So now what is the path? So first I'll go and the command would be git clone. As you know that, you'll come to this code and then there is something called clone here. So you'll do git clone and then you will, uh-oh, I think I pasted something. I didn't copy that. That's why it. So I'll run this again, git clone, and then from here, I'll copy this to keep clipboard first, and then with the right click, I'll paste it here. So this is my cloning. So let me show you first. There is nothing here. So this project is, there's nothing, but since I ran something, maybe it's present. Okay. So currently my project has nothing. You know what? Let me close this first, restart this process so that I'll do a git bash here first thing, then do git clone and my link from where it will clone, right? So press enter. I see that the Selenium project is downloaded here. So this is the project which we were working on. So what I'll do here is I'll go make some changes. So I'll go to the source, then test, and then resources has something, but no. I'll go to my Java, I'll go to Selenium, learning, and here I'll create something called calendar 4, okay? Calendar 3, I'll create a copy, make it calendar 4. I'm just making some changes here, that's it. So I've created one file. Let me delete this because this is empty file anyways. So I'll remove some files. I'll delete this file here. So I've added some files, removed some files. So now this is my folder and I've made some changes. I'll close it. So in the same place, so you see this was the project which we downloaded. We made some changes. So we deleted one file, we made one more change. So what I'll do is I told you that there is something called git status, which will tell what is change. And let's see. Oh, git status, what is the command? Not a git repository or any kind or any parent of directory git. Okay, why is this? Push changes, git clone. So we see.
We have to enter into the folder Selenium project.
Oh, I have not entered that. Okay, that's nice. Good, you found that. Again, I have to go here, git process. Okay, yeah. So now I'll do git and status. Perfect. Oh yeah. Now it says the file which is deleted, we deleted the app.test.java, and then it says whatever we added. So this is the new added. So it says the changes uh, which are like not staged, as in like these are not even dragged right now, and this is just in my system. So in order to push this, now we can push these changes, right? But before that, how I told you, like first thing which you have to do is like create. So I pulled from the master branch, and this is the project from the master branch. But now I need to first create uh, a branch for myself and push it into that branch and then commit or merge into the main branch later. So let me see how to do that. So I'll create a branch first. So git branch, this will be the command to create a branch. I'll say sk branch, correct? This will create a branch for me. It has created a branch. Then I'll do git check out and then my branch name again, sk branch. So it has switched right now. Earlier it was pointing to master branch, but now it's pointing to sk branch. You can see here also, it was like written master before, but now you can see that sk branch is written. So whatever I do now, commit or anything, it will not go to master branch, but it will go to my sk branch, the one which I've created. So I'll again do a git status to see what is still not tracked. So everything what was not tracked earlier is still not tracked. So now I'll do git add hyphen two hyphens all. So with the help of this command, I'm going to add these new changes which I made into my SK branch. So I did that. Uh, so I'll do status again. After adding, if I check, I can see that, on branch SK changes to be committed. So it says like deleted one file, new file is and added a new file here. So these are the stage. So there's like two stages. For one is like unstage. Unstage means like you have not committed or like you have not even uh, so whatever you have it in stage, that means this is what you're going to commit into your repository. But if you don't have, so if new file, if I don't want to, upload this into my commit, I can remove it from here and then keep it only in, and just tell our GitHub to delete the file from this repository. Rest everything will be the same. But we are not seeing that first. So so I have staged it. I have created the branch, staged it. Now, final thing which I have left to do is like git commit. So after that, so up until this point, uh, I will not be seeing anything here. So you see, there's no branch also. I don't even see new branch here because I have not committed or pushed the code. So like first commit will go and make a commit. So I'll say pushing new code. So this is my commit message, and it has committed these two files into my branch SK. But still, up until commit, it will all be in my system. It will all be in my system, which is here, uh, Selenium project, which is here, this new project location. But if you want to uh, push this code into repository online, you have to use command git push hyphen u origin main, right? Oh, not origin main. If I do origin main, it will try to push in the main origin, but I have created a new branch. So I'll try to push it there. Origin HK branch. Branch name is S underscore B capital. So this is the command to push into my SK branch. So you'll see that it has pushed into the new branch. So it has created a new branch, pushed into the new branch in my project. So now if I go to my GitHub and I'll do a refresh here, even if I don't do refresh, I can still see. So see, there is like this message here which says SK branch had recent pushes 3 seconds ago, and it says compare and pull request. Okay. And if I click on this, is still does not have. So I'll click on this compare and pull request first. And here, see here, it gives you a status of able to merge. That means like there's no conflict. I can easily, like whoever is the team lead in this project, they can easily merge whatever you see here with the master branch because there's no conflict. But if imagine like I worked on one branch, I made changes to one file, and even Selim worked on one branch, like the same master branch, and he made changes to the same file and like same line where I made changes. So now there will be a conflict. So team lead has to first go open the conflict and see which part of the code needs to be resolved and tell that person, okay, what like there's an issue here and you have to first fix it before even your changes gets into the master directory. So the person will first change it, repush the code, and then they'll be able to merge it to the main branch. So you have to manage that conflict. Like you have to resolve the conflict before moving it to master. So I'll do a pull request first, which is called pull request. So my pull request will be like, I'll add a title saying like pull new code, and then I'll create a pull request. So my team lead will see this pull request or like, so this will go to the team lead. They'll see the pull request. they can also see your commits. Yeah, so you see when I go to my commits, it will say that this is the new commit which I have, and the file changes I can see here. So this is the file changes. So I've deleted one file which is red in color, and I've added something, added a file which is of this. So there are two changes which I have made. Um, I can go to my commit. And after that, if I have added some approval, then this is the rule which I could use. But since I have not added anything, I don't have to use this, and I can do the merge pull request. So if I do this confirm merge, that means it will merge all the changes. So pull request successfully merged and closed. You're all set. The escape branch can now be safely deleted. That means like right now, everything, whatever changes I made is gone into my master directory, and merge is successful. So that means like now people can like there is one new file added into my master repository. So let me go to the place and then show you. Go to code and then go to target, no, source, go to test, go to Java, and I think I did it in Selenium. No, TestNG framework. Where did we delete it from? I think Selenium. Learning. Okay, so here we can see calendar 4 present in my master branch. So that means like the changes what I made there uh, is is shown here in this learning. Correct. So now let's see this if you can pull this code from my repository or not. Uh, to follow that, you just have to do that. You just have to run like two commands in order to copy all this repository code into your machine. So let's do that so that you have the latest code which I'll be working on today, and let me know if it is successful for you. So all you have to do is like you have to do git clone. So you have to go to this website. I'll be sharing this website. Where does this go? So I think you can all see this website. So if you click on this link, I think this will take you, or this might bring you to this link here. Since it's public project, you can access this at least. Let me know if you can access it. This repository.
Yes, you can see that.
You can see this. Okay, perfect. So
Yeah.
now you can follow these commands to clone an existing repository, but you don't have to make any changes. Just git clone link will help you to uh, clone from the repository. So the command would just be, where did it go? Where is clone? Okay, clone was in different one. So I'll create one. Clone from existing repository. So command is git clone and then the link. So if you use this command, you can clone it from the repository. And if you want to do the other things which I did, like to create branch and to do all the other things, you can use this. Push changes to this one and this. So all these are the steps which you need to push changes to repository. You have to first create a branch. Switch to the new branch. Get status. Add, or you can say stage all, add all files to the stage area. Get status after adding file to staging area. Commit the code with message. Push the code to the GitHub repository. So all these are the commands if you want to push changes to the repository. Okay, so this is about GitHub repository. You can research more about what are like different you can research more about like more operations which you can perform in GitHub. But these are like the basic steps or things which you do it in GitHub. So, and you need to be aware of these steps, this step in any project while you're starting to work on any common project where a repository is maintained. Did you all successfully pull the code from here?
Yes.
Perfect. So what I'll do is here I need to do something which is git pull request. And I need to first let's move this file. Git pull command. I'll see because I've made changes here. So now I have to make sure that the changes are now present in this one as well. I made changes into my main from where I have. So this was the main folder from where I have first created the branch. So this does not have the latest changes which we made. So like if I go to my source, if I go to the test, if I go to Java, Selenium, learning, I don't see the calendar 4 here, right? So the file which we added, and I still see app test. So this one is not in sync with the merge with the main right now. So I have to get in sync with the main. So I have to do maybe git fetch two different. Or you can do that with the pull. Pull is combination of two. So git pull option merge. Okay. Let's see if git pull will work. Oh,
Shri, is it okay? We can create a branch from that,
from where?
from the in your Git repository.
From my Git repository.
So I have already cloned that project. Suppose if I
Yeah, you
create a
can.
branch,
Yeah, you can create it. Yes. No
Shri, it
worries. You
will
can.
come. No problem. Okay.
Yeah. So I have see after doing this git pull. So this is like the new command. What this git pull will do, it will. So I made changes into my masters from different location, right? So I went to this learning. I created one new folder, tried to download everything there, and from there, uh, so this is the place where I first cloned it. Like so, I cloned it from the project. I went to this logs. I mean, I changed some files here, committed into the branch and things like that. So that changes was present in this folder, new project folder, but it was not present in the repository. I mean, like the main project folder, which is here in my workspace, the one which I used to create the repository. So what I did is I went to this location and I did a git pull. So what this git pull does is it will do two operation. It will do fetch and merge both. So right now there was nothing to merge. So it just went and took everything from all like the changes which we had in the repository, and it took all these changes and got it into my system. So now my system knows or is updated, or my this project is updated with the latest code, right? So this is one more thing of git pull, and this pull is combination of things. It does fetch and merge both, so it will do both the things. So if you have any changes which are committed and everything, then it will push all the changes uh, into the main branch also, or into the Git repository also. This whole thing, it will merge plus it will fetch. It kind of does both the things together. Okay, so now by that we'll be winding up with this topic of GitHub. We'll move to the next one. Last in our last class, we did complete almost all the web elements. There was only one pending, which was date picker. So let's start with the date picker. Uh, yeah, so this is the date picker. I've already written some code for date picker, but we'll understand how to, you know, deal with date pickers, and there are different types of date pickers. So we'll see a few of them today. Okay, so Selenium learning, calendar 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Where is calendar 4? I think I have to refresh this here. Refresh. Okay, calendar 4, which I have to delete anyways. I don't need this. Okay, so I close all the files. Okay. Calendar 1, let's start with this. The code is to go to this big. So I have this jQuery date picker, or jQuery UI.com/date picker, and it has a field called date. And here what I want to do is like I'll be first clicking on this date element, I mean this date field, that will give me a pop-up and it will fetch me a calendar, right? I want to automate the selection of date from this calendar. So I have my month here, my year here, and then these are the dates which I can choose. plus I can click on next. So these are the different operations which I can do. So what if I want to pick something from June, then I have to click on this button here, go to the June, and then click something, select a date here. Or I would come to March, and what if I want to select my date of birth, which is in past? Then I have to make sure that I click here, go back, go to my date of birth, month, year, and then select the date from there, right? So anything I can select. So we have to automate this process um, where you click on this button, try to validate the month and the year, and based on that, like if it matches with your requirements, you choose the date from that month, or you either go back or forward based on the date which you wanted to select, and then click on the date which you want. So these are the steps which we will be following. Um, let's see, like, and also there are like two more calendar types. We'll see that later. So first we will start with this to learn the basics. Let me create a new TestNG. I've done here. Where's my calendar? Okay. Mhm. Click on the workspace running. Source. So test Java and Selenium. So I'll create a TestNG class. First thing to do, new others TestNG class. I'll use before test, after test, and finish. Okay. So before test will be as is, like what we did all the time, which is driver, create a WebDriver instance here. So these things will not change. Perfect. So this is going to remain the same, and we'll start our test now. So what I'll do is, like, I'll be creating some variables which I'll be using throughout. So let me create that. So we will, since we can go back and front like both, right? So what I'll do is, like, I'll choose a target date uh, on where we want to click. So I'll call it a target date, target month, target year. So wherever I want to click, so if I want to click on 20 December 2024, I'll choose the target day as 20, target month as 12, and target year is 2024. This is current date. So whenever you open your calendar, you can see that there's a current date. Like, it is always pointing to the current date. So any calendar, when you open, it will first point to you with the current date, month, year. So I'm writing a what do you say, a method to store the current day also. Then I'll be using some increment and all this different variables. We will see why do we need this, or like even if you don't need this, you can still work on it, work with it. But like I have used in my code, so we'll see that. The very first thing which you have to do is, like, um, I want to say which date to select, right? So first thing I'll do is, like, I'll say, okay, date to set. what is the date which I want to set. So let's say 2024. Let that be my first date which I want to set. Okay. The second thing I want to do is like maybe get current date and year. So like current date is 23 of March 2024. So I write a small code to get or like to get values of current day, month, and year. I've already written the code, so uh, I'll not write it. I'll just explain it what that get current thing does. So I've written a utility code which is for Georgian calendar, so I might have to use uh, Java utility to import. Okay, so what this calendar does is it will try to go get the year from today, get the month and day of the month. So this method will kind of um, update these variable values of current year, current month, and current day with current year, date, and month. So since it's Georgian calendar, it's like the same calendar what we see. So don't get confused with us. So whatever calendar which we work on is Georgian calendar, and it's the new calendar which we have been using. Um, plus, so here the month starts from 0, right? So that's why you have to always add 1 with whatever it fetches you. So that's why you have this +1 here. So what happens when you call this method? It will take the current date, uh, and then it will assign year to this variable, assign month to this variable, and assign day to this variable. That's it. So this is a small method which will assign the current dates here. That way, if you want the current date, you have to just call this method, what we just wrote. So if I just call this method, that means like all these 3 variables will be set. Now I have date to set here, but I have created target date, month, and year variables here. So what I'll do is I'll try to uh, populate these dates with something. So for that, again, I have to write a write a method which will handle this and update these dates based on this date, right? Because I have date to set, but all these fields I have to update. So now I'll write one more method in order to do that. So let's do that. I have already written the method, so I'll not be wasting a lot of time to do that. I'll just copy paste that part. So what this does is it will take your date, and then I'm using index of to find the index. So what this index of field will do is like it will try to this is my date, right? My date is like 2012 2024. So I'll find the index of this uh, / and then try to extract like date, month, and year. So this is like a small code to do that. So first index, it will find the index of this, and this is the last index. So it will find both the index. After that, my target will be a date to set is, and then you'll say substring from 0 up until first index. So from 0 to first index is like this part. So from 0 up until this is my date. Then I'll say from index, I mean like the first index plus 1 up until the last index. So that will be my month, and then last index, and then final or like the complete length. So these are like easy way on how to like separate day, month, and year from a string. So with the help of this small code, we can do that. And after doing this, we can see that target date, month, and year is set to whatever we wanted to set. So here I've written target date, month, and year. Um, and this, with the help of this code, like you can set target date, month, and year. So I'll do that. I've written the code. I've written the function already. So now I will call it. So I'm saying it's set target date, month, and year. So this is the method which I used, and I'll pass date to set to this method. With the help of this, it will just go to the method which we created, and it will set the values to these three as well. Now I'll just print out the target date, month, and make sure that everything is right here. Up until now, we have not started to work with um, the date field yet. We are just doing some pre-setup to make sure that it makes like if we do all this setup before, it will kind of help us in setting up or like in selecting the date. So I got my month, I got my year. Now I got my month, date, and year. So now I can start working with the with the date itself. So what I'll do first is I'll try to locate this element. The first thing which we want to do is like we have to locate this element and do a click. So this has to be the first thing which you have to do. So you have to go to this page which we have already done in our before test method. I'll find this date and then I'll click on it. So I'll do an inspect first to inspect this page. And since I have done wrote the program of it already, I know that this field is present inside a frame. So whenever there is a frame involved, first you have to tell your uh, driver to get into the frame. So switch to this frame first, and then you will be able to find this button, right? So this is what we discussed in last class. So if there is something which is present inside a frame, you have to first get into the frame. So I'll go inspect the frame first. So inspect the frame, and the frame is, where did the frame go? Here. So this is the frame. I need to go to this frame. So frame has a class name. So I'll just use the class name for demo frame to get into the frame. So driver dot switch to frame will work. So I'll do first driver dot switch to dot frame. Okay. And then I'll say driver dot find element, and then I'll find it by XPath. And I said like I know the class name, right? So /iframe, and then since we know the class name, so @class equals to, we will get the class name from there, but again it has to be enclosed within double quotes. So here up until this point. Okay, so what's the class name here? Demo frame. Copy this class name, paste it here. Okay. By import. Okay, so what I've done here is like I have found the frame and then switch the frame. So this is what we learned in our previous class. If there's a frame, you have to first make sure that you get into the frame, and then you'll be able to find the element or do anything. So next is to driver dot find element. To find the element, as in this field, so I'll do an inspector hub, and then I'll do a copy relative XPath. Now I'll not be wasting a lot of time identifying an element. So by dot XPath. So this is the XPath. Since it's an ID, it's very easy to find that out, and then I'll do a click operation. So okay, perfect. So now what I did is like I went to the website, I clicked on I first switched the frame to this date picker and then I clicked on this one. So after I click on this uh this calendar will show up, right? That's the first thing. So now here I have to make sure that my month is first I have to make sure my month and years is correct. If I want to select December 2024, I have to first make sure that this calendar is showing December 2024. So how will so to do that I need to get the text which is present in this area. So I will inspect this area. And after inspecting this, I can see that there's a div and then there's a span class which says March, and then uh, this one says year. So I have one span which says the month and one span which says the year. So I will try to store the month and the year, right? One says month, one says years. So I'll try to save them both into a variable. So where is my program? So I'll come back. I'll save month from browser or month in browser. Driver dot find element by dot xpath. The locator is this dot get text. So what this will do is like this is the xpath which we found. This is the month. So first is like it will go to um this place. It will try to get the span and then it will get the text here. So it will say March, right? This is what it will do. So after getting the month, I'll try to find the year in the same way. So year in the browser will be of this. So after finding the month and year in the browser, okay. And then there's one more thing which we need to know. We have provided the month in numbers like 12 and our our UI is giving it in form of March, April, May, June, July. So this is like um, it's not number, it's the name of the month, right? It's not the number like which number it falls, it's the name of the month. So there is a mismatch now. So we have to fix that mismatch. Again, all these are not required. I'm just telling because if you ever fall in that kind of trap where the input value you have is in months in number and your calendar is in the string format. So how would you, or like it's the name of the month, not the number of the month. So how would you fix in, or like how would you work in that scenario? So first you have to do is like convert uh, this month of March into a number format because you need to find the difference between and then you have to click on number of times. So that's why I will try to convert this one, the month which we got, which is March, into uh, and find the number in the year. So like if it's March, I will try to find 3. If it is February, I'll try to find 2. So how do you convert month name into its corresponding number representation is uh, with the help of this. There's a inbuilt Java code which you can use. I have it here, so let's try to use that. There's already a library for that, which is like year month. So this will try to from Java time. This is like an library which will help you to convert your month into okay. So what this does is your month Year in browser. Okay, so there's this method from year month, so which is like from this. So what it takes like your month and your year as input, and it will give you year and month together. So in numbers, so that means like we'll try to print it out. Hold on. What it does, you'll see here, system dot out dot println. All these are just prerequisites which I'm doing. It's not really required all the time. Browser, sorry, year, month, date. What is wrong here?
Shri, I think the brackets are missing. That's
Oh, here I have to get value also. Okay. So year, month, and off. It will just take two values, which is your year, and then it will take month. So don't get confused with this month. So what I've done is like I found the month in the browser, and with the help of this month function, month dot value of to uppercase. So what this function will do is it will try to find uh, the month number of whatever month it is selected in the browser. So month says March, right? So this function here will try to find the number of that month, and it will try to get the value. So this will be one value, and the second value will be your year. So year month of 2024, and then this will be the month value. So there are two values which um, is required, and I think there's one still something missing here. This will not be here. This will be here. Okay, because it takes two arguments. So this is open here, close here, and close here. Yeah, so this value. Okay, so this will be the month value. So here, so this is your 2024. Oh, sorry, this is your March right now. So this is month in browser. So this is March. First, you're converting the March into capital letters. So it will say MARCH in capital. And then with the help of this, you're converting the value of March into 3 and then getting that value. So this is like Java library to just convert a month name into month's number. That's it. So it's not like very crazy. And since we are using string here, we are trying to do a integer or parse, as in like changing the string into a integer. So all these are like the Java things which we have learned earlier, and we are kind of using them all now for our code. After that, I'm just printing it for the sake. And finally, we will try to find. So we have found the current year and month. So whatever is present in this place. So right now it says March 2024. So I found that. But now I want to find year and month of this one, the one which we have wrote here. So for that, again, we will choose year month. And then this is set cal date. So this one is from the browser cal date. This is the set which we want it to be. Uh, since this is already in number format, I have to just pass the year and pass the, I mean, like since these are in number format, so I have to just pass the year, month and year target here. So I pass that here. So I don't have to do all this integer parse. or that parse. The next thing is I found the dates. Now I need to find how many number of times do I need to click. Because if it is December, if I want to select December 2024, I need to find the number of times I need to click this button, right? So to reach December. So what will that be? Like if I want to go from March to December, I have to click this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times I have to click, right? So that is equivalent to the difference in between these months. So there you are clicking this 9 times because this date and your date is 9 months away. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to find the difference first. And once I find the difference between two dates, like target date and the current browser date, I will know how many number of times I need to click this, right? Or like even if I'm going back in the past, then I will know how many number of times I have to click this button. If I want to choose the past date and this button, if I want to choose the present or future date. So what I'll do is like, I'll try to find the difference between my current date, current March, I mean, current month and the year with the target month and the year. Okay. So I'll try to find the difference. Thanks to thanks to Java that we already have a method, so we don't have to write it. We just have to use the library functions, which is already present. So this is the chrono unit is the library which we'll be using, or like to have the months difference. So here it takes two input parameters, which takes like browser cal date, so your current date and the future date, or like the past date. So set cal date. So it will take two inputs. So your inputs will be like something like 2024, 003 right now. And like if I want to go to 20 December, so it will be like 2024, 12. So it will try to find the difference between in months. Again, you have to be very careful that it's just trying to find the difference in months. So whatever is the difference in months, it will try to store that. So I have browser cal date and the set date. Okay. My difference in month will be in positive or negative based on my browser date. So if my browser date is March, and if I'm trying to set it to past, then this date will be in past, and the difference in month will be negative in that case. And if this is in future, then this date will be in positive. So the output, we have to make sure that we do this. So what I'm checking here is I'll try to see if it is less than 0. So if it is less than 0, then I've used this flag called increment, and I'll make it as false. Why do we need this? Because you have to, if it is less than 0, so if your difference is in negative, that means you have to click on this button, the left one, because it means that the date which I'm trying to set is in the past, right? So I have to click on this button. But if it is in positive, that means like I have to click on this button. So it is in future. The date which I want to select is in future. So that's why I have used this one, incremental flag, to say that if it is less, then make the incremental flag as false, or else I have initially initialized with true. That means I've set it up as true, saying that the date is in future. So now what I'll do is the final thing, which is required to do the selection. Like I have to move. So I've selected the field already. I've selected the field. I got the current month and the year. Now I found the difference between the current month and the target month which I want to achieve in the months. Now and I've also set the target to either go back or to go front. I have set up that flag also. Now the real thing which we have to do is like do the operation, as in like either go front or do go back, right? So now what I'll do is I'll I'll try to print the difference in month first. I've printed the difference in month. Now I will try to uh, do the click operation. So for click operation, I'll do for variable, because we have to for loop because we have to click that arrow button number of times, which is in the difference. So first I'll do an int of I equals to, let's start with 0. I is less than, again, since this number can be positive or negative, you don't know, right? So there's a function called math dot abs. So absolute means like absolute is always positive. So this is like the math concept, which means like if you give a number, even like positive or negative, with the help of absolute, you will always get like a positive number. So absolute means positive. I plus plus. So with the help of this, uh, I know that I have to like this loop or this thing will be repeated number of times. Like this loop will run uh, to the same amount of time what we find the difference. So if there's 6 as a difference, this loop will run 6 times. And since the loop is running 6 times, what we have to do here is we have to first check if increment 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 flag. So we have set the flag equals to false if the date is in, or like if the date is in past, but if it is in future, we will set it to true. So if it is true, then I will try to find this click button. So let me find the click button first. So I'll do driver dot find element. I'll do by dot xpath. Let me do that. And then I'll do this. So I need to find the click button. So I'll go to my browser again here. I clicked on this. I click on this because its increment is true. So true means like it's in positive. Positive means I have to click on this button. So I'll go to selector hub. I'll do copy relative XPath. And then I'll paste it here. Oh, this is not a good XPath. In that case, I've already found the XPath. I'll just use that. So this is the XPath which will choose that button, and then I'll do a click. That's it. So when I do this, so it will go and it will click on this button, this thing here. Since these operations are very fast, I'll do a thread dot sleep so that we can see what it does. It's like 2000 and then, okay. So if not this, if it is not increment, then I'll go to else and I have to run the next one. So here, the next one would be driver. Like if it is, if my difference in month is in negative, then I will go to my calendar and click on this. So I will inspect this one now. I inspected this one, and this one says, sorry, why do I do this? Okay. You can see here its span says PREV, or this one says title of PREV. So A class, this is the place where you click, and then this is PREV. So A is your tag, which is responsible to clicking this thing. So it has a title of prep. So I'll use this. So A title prep dot click. And just in case, it is not required to be honest, but I'll just keep my increment as false. So with the help of this, it will perform the number of clicks. So it will go, it will, if my target date is in December, it will come here. It will click 9 times. It will take me to December. Okay. But however, the work is not done yet because we have figured out the date, I mean the month and the year as of now. We didn't figure out uh, the date yet. I mean, we still have to figure out this 20 and then click on this 20, right? So that is still pending. Let's see how to do that part. So what I'll do is first thing I have to see, let's locate an element. So if I click on if I see element this one, I'm trying to select like let's say 20. I'm trying to select 20. So you can see that 20 is uh, present here in a TD. So TD is like tabular format, the one which we learned last time. So you can see if I go up, if I keep going up, I see that there is a table here. So you see there's a table, a big table. Um, it has an header, it has a body, and then it has rows, it has columns. So body, it has rows. There are 7 rows. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. So body has like 5 rows, and each row has some columns, right? From here, I have to go and click on this 20, right? That is my goal. I have to go and click on this 20. So where is 20 located? The 20 is located here in one of the TD column, and it says date equals to 20 and it displays 20, right? So this is the place where it is located. So now you have to find this A class or like A tag where 20 is located. So now you have to find a way where you have to automate this part, where like if it is like even 21, then you have to go and find the A of 21. Like 23, then you have to go and find the A of 23. So you have to find that. So what I'll try to do is like I'll try to make a generic way in which I can identify all these elements. So let's see that. So I can see there's a table. So let me go to the table. There's a table called this. So I'll choose this table. So table class, right? So I'll choose this table. I'll say double slash table and table. I'm trying to find the table with the name. So at the rate, class, at the rate class equals to this one. So this way I have found out the table, but table is pointing to so many things. Table is like the big table. So it has like months, number, the day in the week, and then it has this one. So now I can be more specific saying that uh, I don't need the header, I just need the body. So I'll say T body. So that way you can see the header is gone now. Like when I click on T, keep hover over on T body, I can see only these elements selected, or like these part or section is highlighted. Now, if I want to select this 20, what I have to do is like I have to do a TR, and TR will take me to the rows, and I can see that there are 5 TRs. So if I want to select 20, I have to go to maybe third TR, right? So if I do a 3 on this, that means like it went to my third one. Now, if I want to select 20, I have to go to the column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th column. If I do a TD here, I can see that there are seven columns identified, like 1 of 7. So if I keep going next, you see that it goes. So I want to select TD of 6 in order for 20 to be highlighted, right? So this is my XPath if I want to choose 20. So this is the XPath if I want to choose 20. But this XPath will change if I want to choose 27. This 3 and 6 will keep changing, right? Like if I want to choose 27, then this TR will become 4 and then TD will be 6. So you see, if you manipulate these numbers, you can move around in this table. So what if I remove these numbers? So let me remove these numbers. Oh shit. I did a mistake. Let me just copy it from here. Okay, TD slash TR slash TD. So if I do a TR slash TD, that means like right now, 35 elements are selected. So I can see that all these elements are selected, right? In my body, all these elements are selected. So what if I remove TD, just TD? I don't even need TR. So if I just try to find all the TD tags inside the body, it will point me to all the tags. So it is pointing to all this. Now, inside each TD tag, there is an A tag, and A tag has this 20% in it. So I'm kind of looking for the A tag instead of, so I'll go to the TD tag, and in TD tag, so this is TD and this is A inside the TD tag. So I have to try to find this A tag, which has this number, because I have to uh, search for this number. With the TD tag, I can't search for this number. This TD tag does not say which number it is. This A tag says me about the number, but TD tags tells me that, there are all these number of elements and these number of, so now I have 31 elements. So 31 is the number of days in December, and 31 is the number of elements which we found. So this is something which you need. So this will come in, like, if you practice more and more with the calendars, you will know how to select a table, and then this TD, T body, TD, and this A thing will keep changing, but rest everything, the concept will remain the same all the time. Okay. Hello. Okay. So I found the generic XPath to locate all the 31 elements here. So I hope this is clear. And this concept will not change. It will always remain the same with any date picker, um, mostly, right? So now what I'll do, so now we are trying to select lots and lots of elements, right? We have to select all these elements, and then we have to check if our date is matching with any of these elements. So you have to choose all these elements. So when there is more than one element which you're choosing, you have to like store it into a list or array or something like that. So I'll be using a list to store this. So let's store all these elements into a list, right? So I'll choose a web element. Why elements? Because all these are elements. Why am I choosing list of web elements? Because all these are web elements. All these 1, 2, 3, 4, all these are web elements. And I need to store all these 31, and hence I'm using the list. Okay. Um, so I'm giving it a name as date picker, and then driver by find elements. This time, make sure that you have your eyes on this S, which means like I'm selecting all the 31 elements, putting it into the list. If I don't write this else, then it will just select the first element out of all the 31 element, right? So I need to make sure of this. Since I have used list, I have to import the library for list. First web element, then list. Oh, I have to type it. Oh, where is the list here? So now, with the help of this list, I've chosen the list. I've chosen the web elements, and now, if I want to select 20, I have to make sure that I have to check in all these elements and check where the 20 comes, and when I find 20, I have to select the click. So since we are going to travel across like all the elements, I can use for loop and say based on web element, I'll try to ELE, and I'll try to go through all the elements in the list, and whenever I find the date matching with my date, I will click. So I'll say string date in cal equals to ELE dot get text. With the help of this get text, what I'm saying is like, so my XPath is pointing to A, which is this TD, and inside TD there is A. So my XPath will be pointing to this tag. And if I do a get text, I will get this value 1, right? This 1. What I'll do is like, I'll try to store that 1 into a string variable, right? So I'll do this ele.getText. So ele is pointing to this XPath, the first element for time being, and then it will point to next one, next one, next one. So after getting the date, what I have to do? I have to check if it is equal to the date which we are looking into, right? So date in cal dot equals our, since our date is in number format, we have to first change it to string because we are comparing, and then target day. Target day is what we have set up, right? And if I find it to be matching, then I'll do element dot click and I'll break from the loop. Why? If I found the element, then I have to click on the element, right? So if I found the 20th, then I will click on 20th. So I'll click here, and that way I'll be done. And then I'll break it. Break it as in if I find 20, if I want to find 20, then after I find 20, I don't have to check the other elements. So I'll break it out of this for loop. And by that, we are done. And this is how, or like this is the code which you would mostly be using. So I have done like little bit extra, like since we already know it's like March 2024, but this is like very generic script. You can use this concept of like how we are changing months into number months and all this. Like all these are like a good feature, which you should know while you're learning. Uh, if you understood the concept of this one, any date picker will be like easy task for you, because the concept behind any date picker will be the same. However, these things are mostly string and calendar related, so that's why like this could be like a little bit confusing for you, but yeah, don't worry about this too much. This is just like concept. Okay, now I'll run this code and we'll see how the process takes place. Given thread sleep, so it will sleep. Uh-oh. What is the date I'm trying to look for? 20 December. Okay, perfect. So this should be fine. Okay. So keep looking at this date thing. I'm trying to set it to December 2024. What is it doing? Unable to locate element in XPath expression iframes. Looks like iframe thing didn't work. Let me check. Let's see if iframe cannot be selected. Inspect. Control S. Yep, iframe was not selected. Inspect. This iframe class demo hyphen frame. Oh, no, it should select. Okay. Oh, there was one extra brackets here. Let me run this again now. You don't have to write this entire code with me. Like if you have this calendar1.java file, I mean now since you all have it, you can just open this calendar1.java file, and this is the same file. I have created it right now while explaining. So this open the file, it goes clicks, and you see it is going and changing the months. So it's June, then it will click on this month again, July, August, September. It's slow because I've asked it to sleep for 2 seconds so that we can see the change. It found December, now it will click on 20th. So see, it found 20 December 2024. This is how it's done. Okay. And if I come on to this one, I have written some printouts. So you see target date is 20 December 2024. Year month date is 2024-03. So as in like the output of this year month is like this 2024-03. Difference is 9 months. And so this is the positive side, as in on the right side. So if I choose 2023, it will go to the past, and you can see the same code will take you to the past dates also. This same concept can be used with both maybe this will crash. Anyways, this will work. So you can try it by yourselves. And now we will see one more. There's one more type of date picker. We will go through that quickly before we move on to the next topic. Calendar 2. What is this calendar like? Dummy tickets. Let me see which calendar this is pointing to. Uh-oh, my Chrome crashed. Okay. Let me check. Dummy tickets. Here also, most of the things will remain the same. Where is the departure link here? But here, instead of choosing, like there we had to click on the next month. But here there's one more easy option, which is like click on this down arrow. Oh, and here there's one more thing, which is like you can't go to the past. You cannot, since it's a ticket booking, like you cannot book ticket of your past, right? So this one will just take you to the future, and you can only select future things. But here the drop down, there's a drop down to select the month. There's drop down to select the year, and there's this date which you have to select. So there are like three things. And here, since it's drop down, it makes our life really easy because we don't have to since dropdown can be handled with select class, it will make it very easy for us to, select any of the month from here and year from here, and the date concept will still remain the same, like what we did before. So for this one, I'll just explain the code, and we will run the code. Okay, I'll not be writing the code again for the second picker because it is mostly like the first one, just little bit changes. So here we know the string month is May. I want to select May, right? So it is currently March. I want to select May, and then I want to select 2024. So let's see how we'll do it. So I'm creating my target date here. So I'm telling set the month to May, year to 2024, day to 20. Okay. And after that, I'm fine. The same thing. I have to find the first find the this field, and then press or click on this field. So I'll do this driver.find element by I found the element and did the click operation. So this is my first operation which I do. The second is take the web element and pass it to the select, because if there's a drop down, I've always told you that there is a way to handle drop down, which is like you have to first find the select element. So what I'll do is I'll go and I'll try to inspect this. You see this field will be in select for sure. Can you all still see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I'll inspect this March and see it is in select, right? So you see this is of select type. So any drop down will be present in the select type. So this is like date picker month, and then you see the other one is date picker year. So both are in select. What is going wrong with this? Why is it behaving so weird? Okay. I think it's because okay, perfect. Anyways, this is the selects. For that, first I have to find this web element, put it into a web element. That's what I did. So I've first found the select type of element, put it into a web element variable called month, or like web element object called month element, and I've passed that to select class. So you see, I passed this web element to the select class. And now I can click on this month by select by visible text. So if I go to this one, I'll see there's a visible text of this. So all these visible texts are here, April, May, June. If I had to do by visible value, then I had to choose, or like no, or by value, then I had to choose these values based on uh, but these values will not point to correct values. So I'm mostly trying to use it. The reason behind is like the calendar does not show the months which is already passed. So like Jan, Feb, and March are missing from here. Like March is present, but Jan, Feb is missing. So the value 2 starts for March. Like that way you can't write a code. So in for those reasons you have to use like visible text. So I've chosen like May as the option. So it will drop down and it will click on this drop down and then it will select the, uh, no, it will not. I mean, like since I've passed this drop down directly to select, it will by itself go to this and select me. Okay. This is what it will do. Um, and similarly with the year, I can go to the year 2024. So it will do the same thing with the year. And then finally, once my date and year is fixed, it comes to date selection. Date selection, again, the things will remain the same. You see, there's a tag, there is table tag, there's a table header, table body. So you will do the same exact thing what you did last time. Um, so let me try to get the XPath of table to explain you. Just the XPath here so that we are sure of. Yeah, so see the XPath will also not change a lot. It will remain the same. TD body, TD, TDA. It is exactly same like what we saw last time. But again, I'll do Control F, do this. Uh, Control F, date picker, table, date picker calendar. What happened to this? Okay, it has to be May. Inspect. What happened to calendars? Name change or what? Class, UI date picker calendar, T body, TD. You can't find this? Why? Yes. Okay, why does not it find? Maybe there's some problem. Let's try to run this code and see if it works. I'm trying to select the date is 20 May 2024. So it did select 20 May 2024. Maybe there was a problem last time. Okay, now it's selecting. I think there was like some problem with my inspect. That's why it was not selecting. Yeah, see, now it selects 1 out 31. So sometimes like your element console does not work properly. And see, select, it is pointing to all the 31 elements and the XPath remains the same. So this is like one more method of working. And the last type of calendar which we are going to see is like something which you have already seen multiple times, which is, I'll run it. So here the difference is you will see two calendar two calendars in a single click. So see, you're seeing two calendars this time. But again, even when you see two calendar, nothing changes. Everything remains the same. As in, you will not be focusing on something which is present on June 20, on the right of the calendar. You can think of it as like you just see one and do the operations the same way. Because when you click on next button, whatever was here will be present here. So you can do your operations here in the same way like how you did it with the previous one. So nothing changes. You can do the operation here and then like the same way how what we did with the month, year, you'll try to find the month and the year, uh, do the comparison, and here you can't go back. Like see, you can't go behind March. So it is always in the future. So it's always in the uh, future. So you will always be clicking this button to go to your month. Um, so it's comparatively easy. So this code, we'll try to take a look into this code. So what I'm trying to do here is uh, I'm trying to find the month. Oh, and also like if I inspect, I can see that month and year is single. What do you say? If I inspect, I'll see the month and year is given to us in just one field. It's not two field. It's one text. Uh, get text. So what I'll try to do is like I'll find this H3 and I'll get this text, and that will give me March 2024. Then I can split it and work on that. So I'm doing a string saying December 2024. I want to go to December 2024. The day is like 20. So what here I'm not using a lot of functions or features. I'll just say uh, that I want to select December 2024. Uh, and here I've just included it in try and catch block. So this will go and click on yeah, this part is for like whenever you try to open booking.com, there's a dialog box which appears. So I'm just trying to cancel the dialog box by help of this code. So that will cancel it. And what I'm doing here is I'm trying to get the text, which is March of 2024. It will show that first. Uh, After finding that, I'll check if that is equivalent to the date and the month and the year I'm looking. If it is equal, go and if it is equal, then it will exit the loop, or else it will keep checking until it finds December 2024. And here it's in this line, it will click on to that onto this button. So what I'm trying to do is like I get March 2024 from here, and I'll compare it with with the month and the year I want. I want December 2024, right? So I want December 2024, which is here. So I want December 2024. So until I find this December 2024, what I have to do is like I have to keep clicking on this button. So that's how I'll try to find December 2024, right? So I got this text from here, like uh, so March 2024 is present in this H3. So if this changes, then you will see that the same tag will show me April 2024. It's not highlighted. Yeah, it's April 2024. Same tag. So I'll pass the same XPath and keep getting the text. Uh, so first text is here. So here I'll be getting the first text, which is like March 2023. And then I'll say my month year check-in is equal to this one. So until this is equal, if it is equal, then it will exit this. But if it is not equal, then it will run this while loop, uh, like until we get December 2024. So it will come here, it will go to this driver, and it will click on the next month, which is this button here. And in the second one, in this line, it's trying to find the new value because it has to again compare the new value here, right? So it's getting the new value. After you reach December, your things will remain the same. Again, you will do the same thing. You will create a list of elements. Here, just the selection will be like a little bit different because it is not A anymore, it is span. So you have to select based on that. And then this for loop will remain the same on clicking the button, and that's it. So this is how you handle like different types of calendars. 1, 2, and 3. I have all the 3 calendars present in the Selenium.learning, so you can access these and learn more about or like practice these 3. Once you practice these 3, the concept remains the same. The first one I gave you a detailed concept of going in back and in the future. The second one will be on drop down, and the third one is of type when you see 2 windows and how do you handle them. That's it. Uh, let's take like 10 minutes of break before we get into next topics. We have a lot to cover today. But I hope today will be the last day, and then we'll have all the training which we needed for Selenium and automation. So we'll meet again at 11:40. 10, 10, 2.5 hours done, one topic. Okay. See you all at 11:40. Okay. Or let's do it 11:45. I'll grab something to eat first. Okay.
Sure.
Thanks, guys. I'll see you at 11:45. Recording. Perfect. So you have to go to this autoscript.com/write/autoit download and download. You have to download 2 things from here. Okay. First, you have to download this autoit full installation. It does not have the script editor, or it does have script editor. I think this will do the work. First one. But if you don't get script editor, then you can install this one. But here it says it has, so it should have. However, if it does not, then you can install the second one. So these two, after you install, click on this command, you will see auto IT window info or like auto IT. Do I see auto IT? Yeah, you will see this folder. You can click on this window info 64. This pane will open. Okay, we'll know more about this. Like what does this pane do and everything. But for now, if you open auto ID window info, this will open. And there's one more thing which you need to open, which is called SCITE, this one. So think of, let it open. So this SCIET, I'll write a new one, is the editor. So it's like a how you write IDE, like how is this one? Your editor. You write your Java code here, and the same way. Uh, what is this auto IT tool used? This is used to, select something or like do the operations in your system, in your machine. So Selenium and Eclipse will handle only things until the browser. So if you want to do anything within the browser, within this thing, open new page, close new page, anything related to browser, you can do it with the help of your Chrome driver itself. But whatever you have to do it within your system, within your folders, with if you want to upload a file from location, so you might have to go to that location, choose the file. So all those things, like all these window handling things, like click on this, uh, click on uh, click on some different folder, click on Java, click on Selenium, and things like that. So this part, this clicking and this operations of doing or like operations on your Windows itself can be done with the help of Auto IT tool. Okay, so this tool has like this finder button. Uh, so you can drop this finder and you can get any information about your like window. So I can pick this finder and take it here, and then whatever information I want, I can get that information, right? So this is it, this is what it's used for. Um, and it will give me some title, class, and all these things. We will see how to use that part, and we will be writing the code in this editor. So this is the editor which we will use to write the code. Okay, and since we are not going to go like super crazy deep in this, we just want to create a small .exe file, which is like after you write this code, we convert this code into .exe file, and we will use that exe file in our IDE Selenium program to navigate or to like upload any files. So we'll be using this feature only for file uploading. Uh, that's it. So we will see how to do that. So I'll just minimize this for time being. Oops. Okay. File upload is here. Okay. Okay. And to test this one, to test file upload, we will be using Chrome driver. Sorry, Firefox driver. Okay. For just this program, we'll be using Firefox driver, and the reason behind it is Chrome is like this website for Chrome is not working. If I go to this website for Chrome, this website for just this button, when I click on this choose file for Chrome with Chrome through ID, it's not working. So there could be some reason. I've tried like so many different things, but I could still not click it. So I changed the browser with Firefox, everything works fine. So what I have to do is like this is the page. I want to upload a file from my system. So I click on choose file. I have to go to this desktop file to upload, and there is something called test file, right? I want to upload this file. So I'll click on this file and I'll press open. So that way, this is the process, like a normal process to upload a file, right? So you can see that test file is uploaded. So now I want to do this process with the help of um, with the help of what do you say? With the help of auto IT. So what? Why do we need auto IT? So once you click on choose file, right? You see now is this is this is your file explorer, and this can be handled properly with the help of window handling, which is auto ID tool. So with auto ID tool, you can handle this as in like you can click on this file name, give the file name, click on this open, and it will open the file. So this is why you need auto IT. So once you click on this button, then you have to transfer the control to auto IT code. Auto IT code will type the file name here and it will click on open. That way your this file will be open. Okay. And right now it's directly taking us to file upload. But imagine if it was not taking us to file upload directly, then you have to pass this path completely here along with the file name. And then if you click on open, it will choose the file name and give you the file name. So this is the whole process, what it has to do. So we will be writing a Java code. I mean, like, uh, we'll be writing code to see all these operations. So first we have to see is like, we have to write auto IT code. So what I did is I clicked on the don't have control to this. Okay. So what I did is I clicked on this choose file. I'll have this file, this window open. I have to automate this window, right? So what I'll do is I'll go to auto IT tool, uh, and I'll create this new. So let me create a new script here, and let me, yeah, I'll create a new script here. But so what I want to do is like, first I want to go find this tool. So again, so I took the finder, do a right click on this button, I mean like this finder tool, and then you can drag it, keep the, sorry, left click. So left click, hold, and then drag to whichever location you want. I want to know this field name, or I want to know the property of this file name. So I'll take it to this one. I'll see that this window, basic window info, its title is open. Class is something, class here is edit, and instance is one. So now I need all this information to perform some operation. So let's see what are these information, and like now I want to write the code here with the help of these information. So how do we write the code? So let's see that. So there are three things which we need to know. First one is like for auto IT, uh, there are three. Yeah, so there are three commands which we need to know. So first one of the three command is control focus, right? So first we need is control focus, which will focus on the uh, text box. So what we need to do is like, I write the code, or it will say sleep 500. So here also they have sleep. So the syntax is sleep 500. So I'll use that. So I'll use sleep because like for it to load, oh, not save right now. And then I'll use the first command which I need is control focus. There's only three commands we need, but first one of it is control focus. And see, control focus needs three things. One is title, one is text, one is control ID. So there are three things which is required for this. So title, I can get it from this information. So this is title. So let's see. So this is my window. I'll go to this. This is the field which I want to focus, right? So this is my focus field. So I'll drop it here. I see title is open, class is edit, instance is one. So I have to make use of this field. So I'll copy this open, and here it says edit and one. Okay, so remember this one. Because as soon as I change to the script, it will change. Hence, I want to note it. So it asks me to write the class name first, then following with open. Oh, it was file upload. So did I do something wrong? In edit one. Okay, let's see this. If it does not work, then I'll change this. Open to file upload. Then open. Why did I see? For some reason, they changed the class here. So there could be some reason to do this. Let me close this again. I click on this. Click on this. And it says open. Okay. We'll see if it does not work, then we'll change it. The file open, and then I have to give empty field, and then I have to give control ID. So control ID, we don't have anything. So it will be combination of class and instance together, right? So if I click on this button, I'll focus it here, and it says edit and then one. So this together will be my control ID. I'll go to my this one and I'll say edit one. Okay. So this will be my focus. The second thing will be to give the output. So like give the input, like saying like which file and the path of the file which you want to which you wanted to read. So you have to give that argument. So it's like we are kind of giving this argument. So like it has to go to this folder and run this script. So like we have to give two arguments. One is the script to run, and the second argument we are giving, which is like which file to upload. So this is the file which it has to upload. So that argument we are going to give. So this to give argument you have to use. So first I'll do sleep for 5 more seconds. And then I'll say control. The second one is set text. So I found the field. Now the second one will be to set text. Here again, there's a title, text, control ID, and the new text. So I'll say title as open, as we saw it last time. Text, I'll not give anything. Control ID will still remain edit one. And then final thing is you will be passing a value. So if you're passing a value from command line, the syntax will be like $CMD and then line and 1. So this is the command to take the value from input, which is like the command, the path of the file, and then pass it to see set text. Set text by the word also it means like you will go and set something. You will give some value here. So that is set text. I'll just do the same thing. It will not change. And the final thing I want to do is to highlight on this open and click on this button. So here it says button, and then it will, and we have to click on this button. So what we have to do is like, since it's a button, I'll make it sleep again, 5 seconds. And I'll say control click. Let's see, control click. And again, it has a title. The title will still be open, empty text. And this time you'll see the class will change. Okay, you'll see here. Sorry, it's here. This one, I'll do this. Sorry, it will be on open this time. So it says button and then 1, right? So I'll do button and where is the code? Okay. Button 1. Okay. And then finally sleep for 5 more seconds. Perfect. So this is done. I'll try to save this file. Uh, while I save it, I'll say upload file script, new, uh, and it will be of AU3 type. Perfect. So this is done. Now I need to convert this. So I'll do file, edit. I need to compile this, and where's the compile option? Okay. So I have to go to tool and I have to click on compile, and then after writing the code, I have to go to tool, I have to click on compile, and after that I'll choose this 64 version here, and then I will say compile script. So why do we need to do is, like, with the help of this, it will convert this file into an exe file. So if I do this, so make sure that you select and then compile x64 version and then compile script. Oh, there's a syntax error. I have to recompile it then. Tool, compile, compile script. Okay. So script compiling is successful. And you can see here, it says, like, no changes made, and then finish. As in, like, this is compilation is completed and this is your new upload file. Okay. So now you have created this auto IT script to go select to upload a file. Now this exe will run uh, on top of your driver. Like whenever you click on the upload button, as soon as the Windows pop-up opens, it will execute all these 3 lines. So now let's see how the second part takes place. Or, like, how do we run that? I'll go to ID. I've already written the code for file upload. What I'm going to do is, like, I'll go to my Firefox Explorer. I'll try to open this link there. So I'll click on Firefox. Before running it automatedly, I'll try to run this manually once, because I need to check something. So I'll click on the link and I'll click on this browse. Okay. So you see, when you click on the browse, this thing changed to file upload, right? So what I was doing earlier won't work. So I have to click on this and maybe try to fix the code. So if I see, and if I click on this, if I click on this field, what happened to this? Yeah, if I click on this, so the class name changed. The class name is file upload. So I have to fix that first in the script. So it's not open. Open was with Selenium, with Chrome driver. If with Chrome driver, if I try to click on this thing, you see this is open. Hence we need it open. But since we are going to run this through Firefox, we have to take this one, file upload. Rest everything will remain the same. Now since I made some changes here, I will try to recompile it. So compile, output type is exe type, and then compile. Okay, so I have written the script to focus in some place, uh, give the input of the file name, and then click on the button. So this is what it's going to do. Now we have to include this script, what is present here, like in my desktop. If I go to file to upload, sorry, if I go to IT Excel, you can see that there is one script which you wrote, which is a AUTO ITv3 script, and this is exe file which you created after compiling. So this is the file, and this is what you should give in order to execute. So now let's see the code. So what I'm trying to do is like first fetch my driver. This will remain the same. Driver.button, and uh, to click on the button, I'll be using JavaScript executor. So because like it was difficult to click on this button with just a click, hence I used JavaScript executor to click. So like yesterday we saw I mean not yesterday, in last session we saw JavaScript executor to scroll down, right? With JavaScript executor, you can do more functionality also. So here, first you have to make sure that you create a JavaScript object by passing your driver or like creating a interface of your driver. Here, like after that, you will do js.execute script. This is the command, and then you'll do argument of 0, which means it is going to take this as an argument and then click. So it will find the button. So this is your web element, and then it will click on this element with the help of JavaScript executor. So JavaScript executor is nothing but your the things which you do here, JavaScript will be responsible for it. So you're kind of invoking JavaScript to go and do this work for you. It's like that. So it will click, and then this is the code. This is the command. This runtime dot get runtime dot exe. So exe. So this command is going to run that auto it dot exe file which we created and do the operation. So this is the syntax which you have to use. You are saying that during runtime get runtime. So like during runtime, it will go and execute this file. So runtime dot get runtime exe, and then it has two parameters. The first parameter is where is the exe file. So my exe file is placed in this auto it exe. So my exe file is placed here called upload file script new. So I'll get this name. Okay, and I'll paste it here. So the file name is changed from this to this, and the input will remain the same. So I'm trying to upload the test file, which is present at file to upload location. So this is the location where I want to upload. So I'll do file to upload, and this is the file which I need to upload, test file. So I'll choose the file name, and then that's it. With the help of this command, it will go and execute this command. And this command we have already told, like, to first type your file name here. I mean, like, go to your folder and the file. So it will find the file name here. It will write it down here, and then it will press on open. So this is what it will do. Now let's try to execute this program to see whatever we uh like whatever topics we went over, it works or not. So I'll run this code, and now you can see. So the code is running. What? Oh, Firefox is installing some updates. Okay, let's try again. So do you see Firefox browser is open? It is going to the website. It has found the so it has opened the browse button. It has entered the path and then it has clicked on open. You can see test file is present here. That means the operation is successful to upload a file. So this is one way to upload a file into your browser using auto IT. Okay, so this is one way. Now, and I think this concludes our auto IT also. Where's the wait, that's it. Like this is the editor. You install it, invoke it, identify the window control, build the script, execute the Selenium test case, sets input focus, gives control to a window, and this one sends a mouse click. So all the three we have done. We have run the code, and now we will try to do using securely. So the first one is done with the file upload thing with the help of auto IT is complete. Now we'll move to the next topic called file upload using SQL. And also the file name for you to practice is this one, file upload, the first one, okay? The file upload, if you open this program, okay, I think there is one code missing. Let me write the code here. I hope you know why we are using Firefox driver and how to choose the path and everything. I'll give you the code which is present here. So make sure you write this code and in auto IT or else it won't work. And then the next thing which you have to make sure you don't forget is to save the file. And after saving the file, you have to compile it and use this command. I mean, use this instruction to use to work on it.
So, Sri,
Yeah.
Auto IT is not compatible with Mac, but I'm going to go back to the video and try with Windows just to be able to use it later.
Oh, if for Mac it's not working.
Yeah, it's not compatible with Mac. I tried to download it and then I went online and saw that it's not actually compatible with Mac.
Okay. I think then Securely would work for you. Let's see if Securely works for you.
Which one?
The new top tool which we are going to see now.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's see if that works for you. Okay. Then we study calendars. Then we study auto. Um, let's see this feature now. Securely. So I'll close this one. I don't need it. Securely. So securely, you can, since we have Maven project, we can directly install it. I have the dependency for it. Let me give you the dependency. So here it is. So this is the dependency. Now I think we are all aware of how to work with pom.xml. Just copy this dependency, do a save it, make sure the build happens, and then you can use the things for securely. Before we get into securely, I need to explain how securely works. Okay. Do I have it here? Okay. For securely works on images. Okay. So images as in like you have to tell what field to look for. So if I have again Firefox is required here. Uh, where is this thing? Where is this thing? Okay. So I'll do the same file upload, but this time I'll use securely to do it. I mean to perform the file upload operation. No, Firefox is okay. So now if I click on browse, I see this, right? Securely works on image. So I have to give the image of this field. So what I have to do is like I have to do a snipping tool, and or like any image capture you have, and then I will take picture or like take this image or like highlight this and just this part. Okay, so this is the field. I'll I'll take this screenshot of just this field and save it. Okay, and I'll say, uh, do I have securely project open? And save it, and I'll give it a name as file name. Okay, so I have already saved it, so I'm not saving it again, but you can save it for yourself. I'll save it. Okay, the same thing I will do with open button also. So everything which I need to click. So this is the open button. So I'll take a screenshot of this open button also, this one. So I'll do again a snipping tool, and I'll tell open, and I'll highlight this one. So this is the image which is created. So I'll create two images, one called file name, which is of this field, and one called open, which is of this. So you can see the images here, right? Let me open that image. Problem with that image is, oh, sorry, it's here. Upload, go to securely. I have file name. So this is the image. The second one image is this open. And third is what I want to upload. So I'm planning to upload this session one thumb. So this is what I'm trying to upload into this page. Okay. So these are and I've placed like two or three more files, um, or like two more files just for the sake of it. But again, these two are very important because this will help securely to go and look for this field and give the option which we will and give input to this on whatever input we give, right? So you have to make sure that these two are present, and you should know the name, and this should be in PNG format. These are like the precondition. So file name field should be like you can name whatever you feel like, but PNG should be the type, and open button again should be of PNG type. Okay, and then you can upload anything, either PNG or text file. It's up to you. I'm trying to upload a PNG right this time. Perfect. So now what I'll do is try to access the web page using Firefox driver. This will remain the same. No changes here before test. Uh, how to locate an element? There's no change there also. It will all remain the same. You first find the web element in called button, and then click on it, and then you're just making it sleep for 3 seconds. That's it. So this is also same as previous Java program. Didn't change anything here. Now you have to create a image file path and put it into a string. So what I'll do is I'll go to my securely folder, right? And this file name. So I want to get this file name, but first I need to get the file path. So I'm calling it as image file path, and second is called input file path. For me, both are same, but for some people it can be different. For me, both my images and my file to be uploaded are present in the same path, but you can have different path also. So all these three are in same path for me. So I have written a string and then I have passed the path of that folder here. So for me, you can see that securely is present in C user Shrikant desktop securely. So I have C user Shrikant desktop securely. Image file path, input file path. You can have like different file paths also. And then this will initialize the screen. So this is so this is the command screen s equals to new of screen. So this command will initialize the screen, and this pattern command will try to recognize the pattern. No, this pattern command is the file input using security pattern. Okay, and so first you have to initialize the screen. When you say initialize the screen, as in like the securely will get activated here. Here you are just doing a pattern match, which is like you're telling your file input text box uh, is, so you'll give your input file path. I mean, not in, uh, you can give image file path actually. This is very confusing. So image file input text box. Okay. So you're giving your image file path and the image. So I'm making a pattern, which is like I'm telling, okay, this is the file input text box. And if you want to locate this file input text box, go to this path and look for file name called file. Like this is the, sorry for this weird file naming concept. Let me change this name to file name search. Okay, field. So this is file name search field. I'll copy this. I've already told it that this file is located in this folder and file name will be this one. Okay. The second one is open button. Open button is present again at the same file path, and this time it's called open button.png. So this is like it is telling, it is creating a pattern on like what is what. So that way you can now you need to use your um, like this SQL screen which object which you have created. So now you will say s dot wait. So you have to use three methods here also. The first one is to wait. Second and third one is to uh, the first one is to s dot wait file input text box. So it will go try to find this file input text box based on this file pattern. And then second one, once it finds this, uh, in the second one, it will go and type the whatever you want, whatever file name you want it to be selected. So second one, in the second line, s dot type. First, it found the field, but like the field where it needs to, first is to find this button. So first one, it found the button or like this field file name, and after finding the file name, that field, it will, with the help of s dot type, you will pass this parameter. So it will take input file path plus session1 thumb.png. So input file path is your this complete part here. So it will make so let me give you here. So what it will do. So this part input file path plus session.png will kind of create this. This plus this. It will create this entire path and it will input into this with the help of type. Type means it will take this input value and it will put it into this file input text box, what pattern it found here. And the final is s dot click. For click, you have already identified the open button. It will just go and click on that open button. So these are the three SQL functions which you need to use. And I hope this works. So I'll save the file and I'll run the project. I mean, I'll run the code. So it found the file name. It will try to enter. See, it entered the file name field and then it presses open and your file is uploaded. So this is how you can use SQL to upload a file by image. So you have to take the image of the field, image of the button. In your program, you have to create a pattern of those input fields by passing this field. Now, I mean, these images. And after creating a pattern, you can use some methods of the screen, which is SQL screen, and then perform operation. So this is easy stuff, easy way to do it. Selim, can you see if this works for you?
I'm testing it now. I'm just installing something for my Firefox.
Okay, perfect. And then you can try it. Maybe this would work. I mean, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think Mac sometimes can be complicated.
Yeah, Mac is a little complicated with all this. Okay, so we have done with uploading with the help of both the options. Uh, Now we will move to next topic, which is we have done this two topics. Okay. So many things to learn today. Where is it? What I basically done? Okay. Next good topic is cookies. So cookies handling. Where is cookies? Okay, let me go to the page first. Control C copy. Nice. So I have this. I'm going to use this website memo2me.com in order to explain or uh, yeah, in order to go over topics of cookies. Okay. So you can first register in this website. I have already done it. So if you don't want to register, you can use my credentials and try to access this. Uh, so I have this website where I can click on here to log in. So this website, after you click on to log in, uh, it would have asked me for user ID and password, but since um, let me see if I can log out. There should be log out somewhere. Okay, log out. Okay. So login, it's asking me for user ID and password. My user ID is automation guide, test guide, and password is busy QA. So I'll do this and then click on login. I'll not try to save it. So I have created this subject of calendar. So you can create a reminder here. I have created this reminder so it will show up daily. Uh, I've created this. Now the topic which we are going to discuss is cookies. So I'll click on, I can click F12, get my developer tools on, right? And this time I'll be going to, generally it is always pointing to elements. So you have seen this element screen and you know about everything about this element. But if you want to find out a cookie of a website, then you can go to the application uh, tab, click on the application tab. If you come to the storage, if you go down, you'll find a cookie tab. Click on the cookie tab, I mean cookie navigation from the left navigation panel, and then click on cookies used. Okay. So once you click on this, you will see the number of cookies which are being used. So these are the name of the cookie, the value of the cookie, and the domain, the path, the session, size, and a lot of parameters of a cookie. Okay. So these are the cookies. And since you have logged in, this will be for my user. So this will be the value for my user for this login. So this is one of the cookie. There are four more. So all these are the cookies. Okay. So now how can we copy these cookie value? And so there are more. Yeah, there are more. So there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 cookies totally. So what if I want to store these cookies values? So the operations which we can perform on cookies are, I want to store all these cookies value. So I can capture all this cookie value. I can add a cookie value, as in like I can click, I can add a new cookie. I can delete some cookies from here. So I can perform that operation. I can delete all the cookies from here. Um, so all these are the operations which we can perform on cookies. And we will be going through that now, like with the help of our Java code and or like Selenium driver. We will try to handle these cookies and we will see how to work on with these cookies. Okay. So let's try to do the cookie handling. Show in terminal. Explore. Cookie handling. Open with notepad. What all do I have? Before test, after test. Okay. Okay. So I'll copy some things from my code, which is before test, after test, and I'll paste it here. Then I will copy one more method, which is before that, let me copy some annotation so that they don't trouble me. And then I have to copy everything before this. Everything before this. Okay. So these are like the basic things. So hence I don't want to, uh, keep on typing this and we'll stick on to the topic. So what right now it's doing is it's going in my before test. It will open the Chrome driver. It will navigate to this website. It has like implicitly wait for 10 seconds. It has thread sleep for 2 seconds. And then it is first going to log in, give my username, give my password and log in. Click on login. Okay. So once all this is done, the first function which I'm going to learn, which we are going to learn today is, and also cookie is a key value pair. So you will see that in a cookie, you will have the name and then you will have a value all the time, or like most of the time. So now these are the commands which we are going to practice. The first one says driver.manage.get cookies. returns the list of all the cookies. So first, let's see how to handle this part. So here, it's in our web page which we were working on, had like 8 cookies. So 8 cookies cannot be stored in a variable. So when there are more than one cookies to be stored, you will be using either list or like
Set
yeah or like
collections.
collections. Yeah, you will be mostly using collections to store it. And since it's cookies, you have to store it in a list
Yeah.
because like you don't
Yeah,
want
it
it will
should be
always be it will always be unique and
unique.
yeah with the set there's one good thing is like it will not let you duplicate the value. So
Yeah.
that is why the set is required. So I'll copy it in set and I'll call it all cookies variable and then I'll say driver dot manage. So this is the syntax to get the cookies. So you see, get the cookies. So this will get all the cookies. What happened to this? I need to import something. Mm, oh, cookie. Okay. So to get so cookie is like a object type also. So it's already predefined inside your. Uh, we have cookie is somewhere in Java. Oh,
Yeah, wrapper
yeah,
class.
wrapper class. So it's already there.
Yeah.
So you have cookie so part taken care. You don't have to think about that, but you have to make sure that you are collecting it. So this driver dot manage dot get cookie, what this will do is like it will go to your driver. It will tell your driver that give me all the cookies you have, and then driver will give all the cookies it has, and then if we can uh, set it and we can store it in all cookies set type of an collection. Now, if I want to see the cookies, like, what are these cookies, I can do a system dot out dot println and 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 say that all the cookies are listed below. And let's use for loop to see the cookie. You don't have to use for loop also. You can display it all, but with the for loop, you can see it in a good what is it good view.
Chat.
Yeah, you'll see it in different line, or else you'll see everything in just one
The
line.
same like
Yeah, if you print it with one sys dot out dot println, system dot out dot println. I tried it yesterday. I didn't like it, so I created this for loop to do the work for me. So the first thing which we are going to learn is driver dot manage dot get cookies. I'll run this code, and we'll see what other cookies we have for our website. For today's class, I've been preparing from past 2 days like crazy.
that's yeah, that's really difficult.
I have run every code,
Oh,
every line. Uh, I I was off on Thursday and Friday from my work, uh,
oh,
so I utilized it completely to prepare for this.
prepare for it. Thank you, Shri.
No worries.
Yeah, because we need all these things. Yeah, these are all new to me.
Yeah, these are all and extend report got changed. The new version of extend report changed. Log4j changed. I mean, like what
Yeah,
whatever I studied before didn't work. I
yeah.
study everything
Yeah.
order for this to work.
But
Anyways,
most of the people they are still using this older version only because the framework is working. They
yeah,
don't want to
they
change anything. They'll
want to
keep it
change it.
in the same one.
Yeah, that's why. But since I was learning now, I'm starting to learn all the new stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
We can
mm,
see this part. Like, let me finish this. Here it says all cookies are listed, and you see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the cookies which we saw here. So if I press F12, I'll go to this application and then cookies and then cookies and one, two. So all these cookie values which we see here, right in this place, we can see it here also now. Login, destination, temp cookie, display info, v1, v2, user info. All the cookies what we saw there is present here also. Okay. So this is driver.manage.get cookies. Now we will see other cookies also. So now let's create a cookie and and put it into this page. So here we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll create one more cookie and we will see like if I can create a cookie or not. Uh, but before even going to that one, what does this say? Get cookie. Okay, so here I got all the cookies. First, I will try to get one name, like what if I just want one cookie instead of all, right? So if I just want one cookie, what will I do? I'll comment this one and or let this still be here and we can print just one cookie. If I just need one cookie, I will set it into a cookie object called cookie this time. And I'll say, give me information on just display info one. So this is one of the cookie value. I want only single cookie value. So I just need that. So I just want to print that, but I'll create a space because there should be difference. Uh-oh, I think I copied everything in a wrong place. Copy here. Okay, so now if I want to just get one cookie instead of all these cookies, here I'm getting all the cookie, right? If I want only one cookie, I know the cookie's name, then I can use driver.manage.get cookie named. This is the method which I have to use and pass my cookie value. So cookie name here, and I will get the cookie, everything about this cookie. So I'll run this code. It's running, it will open, it will log in. And if I see this place, so it says single cookie value, the display info, the cookie name, and its values, and all the values of the cookie. Okay, so this is all about cookie, of getting a single cookie. Now I will try to go to the next one, which is add a cookie, I guess. Now it says add a cookie. So now if I want to add a cookie in, so I want to go to my driver and I'm telling driver that, you know what, add a cookie into this place. You have 7 cookies. I want one more cookie to be added. And that. And before even getting too much or like more into cookies, like these cookies are generated for you by your application after you give username and password in a way that you can use these cookie values to or like for any request which you pass, like you go to anything which you see in your browser, you will be passing these cookie value along with all your requests. We covered this topic in our when while we were discussing about APIs, where we were calling like different different requests. So if there's an application which has like user ID and password, they would give you a token or like a cookie. All these cookies will have a value, and for every request you after that point, any request you send to the server, you have to attach all these cookies along with your request in order for your request to be accessed properly, and you only then you will get the response. So when you send a request, your cookies value will go. Let me show you a request. If okay, let me create one description. Let me say test. Um, this is out of topic. I'm going out of topic, but I want to explain like what cookies, like how do we use cookies and why are these important. So test DESC. I'll create a test description event. Doesn't matter. I'll save this. But before going to that, I need to click on something here to see that element console network. Okay. So all these are the requests which goes from our send to the thing. So I'll try to create save. So when I pressed on save button, get request, get, get post. Okay. Mm, response payload header. Okay. So this was the form which we just submitted. So this is the form which we submitted. So this form, you can see here, the so if you go to the network tab and your this is your network tab, okay? So this is the network tab. These are the requests and response. So these are what when you say request is something which we send it to the server. So this is post kind of a request. And in request, we send a payload. So this is the payload and it has like a header. So header, you will see all these cookies which it will be sending. So see the cookies which it needs it is test prem, v1, user info, display info. So all these are the cookie which went along with your payload. So your payload is this. Payload is like what it has to do. And then header is to identify from where the information is coming, who is the person. Like this will be your cookies will be used to identify you and your authorization and your authentication. And what are you sending? So this is what I'm sending. This one is in HTML format. Sometimes like they send it in like JavaScript form, not Java, JSON format. This is HTML format, and there's some more. Um, and this is the response you are getting back. So they are sending you the response with like a complete page. So this is the response which you're getting back from the server. So this is how it works. Like this is how the communication work in your backend. Like you see just this, but you should also know that when you click on this save button, when you click on send, or like when you fill out some form, when you click on save button, what happens in the background? So in your network tab, you can see the request which it is sending to the server and the response it's getting from the server. So this is the response. This is the request which it is sending. The cookies which are involved will be present here also. Timing and all these are different. And your status code. Post means you are sending something, and then there is get. Get means you're asking for something from the server, and server is responding you with whatever you have asked for. Those things. Okay. So these are like why cookies are important and why do we need them. I'll come back to the session now, which is cookies, and the next topic of cookies was add cookie. So what if I want to add a cookie? Um, or like into my driver, I want to add a new cookie. So how do I do that? So everything will remain the same. So now create new cookie. So setting thing is done. I'll just remove it. Anyways, if you want cookie handling has it, right? So you can get it from there. For me now I need to create a new cookie. So cookie new, I'll create a new cookie and then say new of COKIE, and then I have to give the value. I can say Srihan, and then I can say, so this is the cookie name and the value, test cookie from Selenium. Okay, so this is the cookie value which I want to send. Then I'll say driver dot manage, and then I'll say add cookie. Oh, driver dot manage, and then dot add cookie, and then I will send the cookie name. So this is the new cookie I want to add. And again, after adding, I'll try to get all the cookies which is present in the page. Okay. So this is something which I want to do. So right now I'm adding a cookie and their value. I'm not adding more parameters. This is just cookie name and cookie value. As in like, um, I'll show you. So there are lots of parameters here in a cookie. So I'll go to application. I'll go to cookie. You can see that there are like domain, path, expires on, size, and HTTP secure, SAMS like partitioning, and priority. So all these are like different variables, but I'm just passing like name and values for now. Let's see it work. So this is the page, and I've told driver to set a new cookie or like add a new cookie here. So I'll click on F12, go to the application, and see if they added a cookie called Shrikant or not. And you see here, they've added a cookie called Shrikant. And if I don't pass the other parameters, it will upload it by itself. So you can see the domain name it uploaded by itself, path uploaded by itself, session uploaded by itself, size uploaded by itself. If I don't give any option, my driver will do it by itself. If I give these options, then I have to provide like proper options, and then it will set it up all the other options also as per my requirement. So this is how to create a cookie or like add a cookie. So now we have gone through create, get. Now delete cookie by name, delete all cookies. So now there are 3 more. Now this is on delete. Now what if I want to delete some cookies? So let's delete a specific cookie first, and then we will delete all the cookies. So let's start with the specific cookie. I'm not going to write the code. I'll just copy and explain the code here. So we already know that there's a cookie called display info 1 here. I'm planning to delete this one. Okay. So driver. So first I'll create a cookie object, and then I'll save cookie name, and the cookie object will have that name. And then I'll say driver.manage delete cookie, and then I'll pass the cookie name to delete, and then I will delete. Then I'll display all the remaining cookies which we have. So run the code. I'm trying to delete display info 1 cookie currently. Okay. F12. Go to the application. Go to cookies again to see if display 1 cookie is gone, and it's gone. I don't see display 1 cookie here anymore. That means I've deleted it successfully. Perfect. So this is also done. Cookies. Now I'll try to delete a cookie by, let's delete all the cookies now. So for deleting all the cookies, you don't have to create anything. You just have to say driver.manage.delete all the cookies, and then try to display it. It will say null. So let's see. Oh, I think I closed it. Did I close it? No. Okay. Okay. Did I miss any topic here? Delete cookie, cookie named, delete all cookie. Okay, let's see if all the cookies are deleted. Application, cookies. See, there's no cookie this time. Everything is deleted. So this is how you do cookie handling. You can add more cookies, delete cookies. It's up to you. So that's it, done. To learn more about this cookie handling thing, you can just or like you to practice more on cookie handling, you have to go to this cookie handling.java file, and please use this cookie handling.java file. Okay. To what is this to? Okay. I have an extra cookie file here, which helps you to set up the cookie as in like give domain path and everything, but it didn't work for me. I tried a lot. So I think there's some syntax or something more missing. That's why it didn't work. So I'll not be discussing the topic, but again, you can still manage the cookie with just get cookies and everything. So you can ignore cookie file 2.java. You don't need this. You just need cookie handling that will do the work for you. Okay. By that, we've wind up cookies also. Let's see the next one. Well, there's so many topics which I've prepared for. I've lost the flow of it now. Which one is when? I have to keep going back to this course. Okay, so Java Auto cookies, data-driven utility. Wow. Before this, should I go to some other topic? No, let's do this. Let's go ahead with data-driven TestNG, Apache 4G page object model, Jenkins. Okay, I think we can finish it today. Cookie handling is done. Data driven. Okay. Okay. This is a very interesting topic, which is we are trying to read from Excel, write into Excel, and then also use Excel for data driven testing. So all these three topics, which is like very important. In real time, you will be using whatever we are going to learn now, like in almost in everyday life, because you will be your main source of automation, like drive will be Excel file or some file. Uh, uh, Mostly it will be Excel file because Excel is easy to maintain. We will see how to do that. Okay. So for this one, you need to download POI, Apache POI, Apache POI. Okay, 5.2.4. Okay, you have to download two things, two dependencies for uh, Apache POI to work with Excel. So I'll send you both. One is POI and the second one is POI-OOXML. Include these in your form.xml file. You need this. Okay. And let's do a refresh of your project, like after you add that into your Apache PO. After you add those into pom.xml, make sure your project is updated and libraries are included into your Maven repository. Okay. Uh, Now Apache POI is an API which helps you to uh, work with your Excel. So as like Selenium WebDriver cannot do anything with any other application other than your browser, you have to find a way how your or how your IDE would connect to something like Excel or databases, things like that. So we for those uh, connection, we use something called API, Application Program Interface, and there like all these companies they have written a library for us so that we can use those libraries and directly interact with softwares like um, Excel or like what is this thing called um, SQL developer or anything. So for Apache, Apache POI is specifically um, for accessing Excel files or yeah for accessing Excel file. And now we'll see how to do that. And the POI stands for Poor Ob- Obfuscation Implementation. Obfuscation Implementation jars. Okay. We can download it, but since we have um, Maven, we don't have to download it externally. Like if it is really required, then you can go to apache.py.apache.org download HTML, and from there you can download the jar files. But since you are doing it externally, you have to make sure that you add that into your external library and then configure your project if you do this all by yourself. If not, use Maven project, add this dependencies which I've sent you, and it will do the work for you. Okay. Now this Apache POI has like uh, four interfaces which you'll be mostly using um, to work with an Excel. The current version of Excel file is XLSX classes. I mean XLSX. So when you try to save a new Excel file, let me try to see it here. I have created. So all the Excel file, like since you have this folder with you, you can see Excel file will be present here. If I do show in System Explorer, I'll see my Excel file and I can see that if I click on properties, I can see where is the extension. Oh, this is still the folder properties. See here it says .xls. X. So the all the newest Excels are coming with this format of XLSX, but the earlier format, I don't remember the year right now, but maybe like 2013 or before. I don't remember the year. So earlier the files of Excels were stored in XLS format, not the XLSX format. So the older version of Excel is for the other one. So for them, like if you're in a company which is using like the older version of XLS or like older version of Microsoft Office, like very old, which still saves the file in .xls format, then you might have to use um, these interfaces, which is HSSF workbook. So 8 years ago, when not even eight, in 2014 or 2015, when I started first working, that time Excel had this XLS classes or like Excels were saved in XLS. That time this XLSX was very new um, and all the companies were still using XLS. So we had to work with the HSSF workbook or like these uh, classes. which you see here on the left side. But now most of the companies have been upgraded, because like Microsoft will ask companies to upgrade, as in like they have to start using their new versions, or else they be, it's like how we have iPhone. So after like some years they will stop supporting the iPhone which is like old version, right? So similarly Microsoft does the same thing, and hence companies are forced to move from older version to the newer version. And since it's a newer version, many companies will be working on this. And since it's a newer version, so if there's any problem in with all these interfaces or any of the libraries, people will fix this. But the old one, once people stop using it, like all the issues which it has, like will not be fixed. So those things are like the uh, what we say pros of moving to the new one, because you'll have like all the latest libraries, and if there's something not working, people might fix it for you, or like companies will fix it for you. Again, let's come back to the topic. There are four important interfaces which you need to know. One is workbook, one is sheet, one is row, and one is cell. And you will be using all these four uh, to access a workbook, then to access a sheet. So workbook will is nothing but like your entire Excel. Uh, Sheet is one sheet in the Excel. Did I not open any? Okay. So workbook means like this is your workbook. So a file is called workbook. Um, Sheet is this sheet which you have here. So this is one sheet. This is another sheet. Row is here. So 2 is row, 3 is row, 4 is row. Cell means each cell. So A2, A3, A1 is one cell, A2 is one cell, A3 is one cell, A4 is one cell. So similarly. So all these are like the four interfaces which you'll be using in your program, and we will see how to use them all. Okay. So first thing I'll do a very easy thing, which is like I'll open an Excel, try to read from Excel, and display it to us. That's it. Let's try to do that. So I have this Excel file already present here called employee data. Let me change something here. Hmm. Yesterday I was practicing something and rewrite it, instead of writing it here, it wrote it here. So that's why like it's messed up. So if you have the same Excel file open, make sure you change this to like software developer, and this one is QA, this one is uh, support rep, and dog is project. Okay, so all these are like the roles. So first thing I want to do is like I have this Excel sheet. I want to open this Excel, go to this employee sheet. Sorry, I have this workbook. I have to go to this sheet. I want to copy all these rows and columns. I mean, all these values, and display it to me in my console. Okay, in my console here. So this is the console in my console here. So I want to do all these steps. So how would I do it? Where is Excel? Am I doing it here? So I'll upload, download, priority, radio, web, Windows. Excel rewrite. Why? Excel rewrite file. Open with Notepad plus plus. Okay. Your new. Am I using test orientation? Yeah. TestNG class. Excel read write class. Am I using before after? Actually, not even required, to be honest, because I'm just going to read from an Excel and write into an Excel. So I don't need anything. I'll just finish it. Okay, perfect. The first thing we will try to do is like, let's try to read from Excel file. So first class will be to read from Excel file. So I will first say string and then give a path, Excel file path. So let me give an Excel file path. I have it already written, so I'll just copy paste it here. So I have an Excel file path. File path is nothing but it should give complete file path of my Excel. So I'm trying to open this driver file IP. So I need this complete path, including my file name. So this is driver IP file. So I will write like driver IP file. So this should be my complete file name. Okay. I have to give it here. I mean, I have to give this path here, and this is the way you represent the file. So double backslash. Correct. So this I have to give for my file path. Then next, since it's file handling, it has to be enclosed within try catch block. So like if something goes wrong, it gets caught. So now first thing which you always have to remember is like in file input stream. Okay, this is used to uh, open or like to collect the file from this place, and you will be needing this stream. So this is required for like if I click here, if file obtains input byte from a file in a file system. So like it will collect this file from the file system, and then you can pass this file from file input stream to places like XSF workbook or like for handling files. So with the help of file input stream, you can collect the file from this location. So this location has the file. With the file input stream, you will collect this file from here, and then you can pass it. So I'll create an object of file input stream to collect that file from there. I collected it into an input stream, and then I'll say new of file input stream, and then file input stream will take the file path as an input. So this is my Excel file path. I'll take it here, and then this one. So my file input stream is ready. It found the file. Did I make some mistake? STREAM file input stream. I think I need file input stream as import. So let me add this import. Okay, it will work. Java.io.file input stream. Okay. This exception, let me add it. Try catch block, IO exception from I. Okay. Try. So first I found my input stream, which will handle my file. It will get the file from this path, and then I will tell, okay. So I told you first thing is first thing what you will do, you have to open a workbook. And once you open a workbook, you might have to pass, you would have to pass that to this interface, which is like, so you have to pass it to this XSF workbook. So let's do that. So I got my file, and I'm saying that this file is my workbook, right? So I'll do XSSF workbook, WRKBOOK workbook, and then I'll call this workbook as like workbook for now. Why? Because why not? So new of, and then I will say that this workbook is this one. So you have to pass the input stream, and then you have to create an object. Why does it not identify by itself? So I need 3 inputs for this. Let me add them all in one shot. So one is Apache or POI.xssf user model, and then XSF workbook plus XSF sheet, and then row. I'll be using cell also, but not right now. So we'll do that later. So workbook is already created, and it took the input file from here. So that's step 2. Step 3. So first step is to get the file from the folder, pass the file into a workbook and create a workbook object. So now your Excel file is ready. Now you can start doing some operations on it. So file is taken into consideration. Now you want to go to one sheet, because your Excel file can have multiple sheets, right? You see here, I'm going to work with this file. So it has multiple sheet, employee data and Mercury login. I don't want to go to Mercury login right now. I want to go to employee data. So what I'll do is I'll try to find this sheet. So next is you have to go to sheet. So to get into a sheet, XSSF, and then it will be sheet. Okay. And then you will give a sheet name as like, I mean, like you will give a sheet object as sheet, and then you'll do, this time you will not do new, it is workbook. So you will say workbook dot, and then see there are like so many options of workbook, but you will do get sheet by name. Let's get it by name. But you can get it by index also, but by name is like good because you will know that this name is correct. By index, you if you make some changes in your files here, then by index it will be wrong. So I found my sheet, which is like open this workbook, and from this workbook get sheet employee data. It's easy to read also. So I got my sheet, I got my workbook. What is the error? Surround with try catch resources. I already have it. Okay, ignore these errors for now. Not required. Now let's find number of rows and columns, which is like um to find how many number of rows this has, how many number of columns this has. So let's do that. So for that, I will say int row num equals to I'll say sheet. Now to perform any operations, I might have to use the sheet because now sheet is the sheet which is holding my data. So I'll say sheet dot. If I say get last row num, it means like last row num which is having data here. So it will have like 5, right? So it will get the last row num, and that will be my row number. That's the number of rows which I have. If I need to get the column number, so what I'll do is I'll use this, sorry, column number. What I'll do is like if you want to find a column number, what you have to do is like you have to get the row first. So if you want to get the column number, you have to get one row, and then in that row you have to look for the column, the last column, right? The last column. So you have to get the row, and then you have to look for the column. Like for number of rows, you didn't have to do anything. You have to just look for the last row which has the data. But for column, you have to select the first row, and then you have to look for the last cell. So I'll get column. So I'll do row. So since I told you that I have to first get the row, so I'll do row of 0. So let me do row of 0. So row of 0 means the first row, and then go to the get me the last cell number. So get. So I'll do row, and then I'll do. I think the row is okay. Oh, since we have not opened it, maybe I have to do sheet dot get row, and this will be my 0. Okay, so I'll open the sheet. I'll go to the row of 0 and dot, and then I'll tell get last cell number here. So this will give me my column. So first I'm telling get me the row number, last row number, and then here I'm telling get me the 0th row first. So get me the 0th row, and from this row, get me the last cell value. Last cell number, not the value, sorry. So this way I'll have the row and the number. So number of rows and columns I'll have. If we have rows and columns, then we know with the help of for loop, I equals to 0, I less than, first I have to choose the row. So I'll choose the row num, and then I plus plus. This will be my row int. This will be for my row iteration, as in like it will move here. So first row, second row, third row, fourth row, fifth row. So this is my row iteration. After row iteration, I have to say that my XSF row is row equal to sheet dot get of row and then I. In this way, I will get my row. So I went to the first row, I will tell get row of I. So that way I got my first row. Now for int j equals to 0, j is less than column number and j plus plus. So now this is my second row. I mean, now I found the row, I found the first row. Now I have to go through all the elements in the column, right? So you have to, and maybe I want to get the value because I want to display everything what I have in Excel into the console. So what I'll do is I'll try to first store the value. So I went to first row and now I want to go to first column and store this value. Store this value in a, since it's a string variable, I'll store it into a string. So I'll say string and I'll call it value equals to. So first what it will do is like my row is here. My row is here. My row will be present here. So I want to go to that row. So row dot. So we have to take that row because or else it will not know which row to go and which columns to choose. So first is you have to find the row. Once you found the row, then you have to go to the column. So you found your row here in this line. The second one is to find the column. So then you will do get cell. Okay. And then you will pass the cell. So cell is 0 and then it will keep on increasing. So first one is 0, then it will go to 1, 2. So it's like 0 first, then it will be 1, then it will be 2. And if you have more columns, then it will be 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. up until this point. And then dot get cell value or get oh sorry, it already got it. So row dot get cell, then dot toString. ToString will give you the value of this in a string format. That's it. Now, once you found it, you will display this value. So system.out.println, and then I will display this value, and I'll say value is, and let's display the value as value. Okay. So this way, what I've done is I've opened my Excel first, then I then like open my Excel workbook, then I've passed the employee data. After passing employee data, I'm trying to find the number of rows, number of columns, and then I'm getting the first row, getting all the values of the first row. Then this will go to the second row, get all the values, all the cell values from second row, then third row, all the cell values from the third row, the similarly. So I'll run this code now. This one has nothing to do with Selenium as of now. So no browser will open. Just proceed with launch proceed. Oh, this file is open, but since it's read, it will be fine, I guess. So see, it read the file and it says value is test case number, name row. So this was my uh, first row. Then this is my second row. Then this is my third row. Then my fourth row. So this is how I can read an Excel file. Okay, so this is for reading an Excel file. Now I'll move ahead and try to write into an Excel file. So this is reading from an Excel file. Now I need to write into an Excel file. So most of the things will remain the same except one or two things. So we will see that now. For writing, let's choose this one, driver file output. So I'm trying to write here in this one, and let me let me delete this page. Okay, so this is my Excel right now. It is blank with sheet 1 being pointed. There's nothing in this Excel sheet. I'll save it and close it. Okay, so this file has nothing in it right now. I'll add one more class. This one I'll not explain in detail because it's mostly the same thing what we have just learned. So, but here few things are different. So let's see what they are. File output stream. Okay, so like how we use file input stream for input, we have file output stream for writing into something. So we have to use file output stream if you want to write into a Excel, right? So that is there. The second thing we have to do is like, let me delete this. Close. Okay, perfect. So I have the file stream. The second thing which we have to do is like open an Excel workbook. So it is by creating this workbook. So you'll create this workbook, but here this time you'll not be passing output stream here to this is to this workbook. You will pass this output stream at the end, not right now. So you can make a note of that. The output stream is there, but you're not doing anything as of now with the output stream. So I've created a workbook. So I have created an object of workbook. Okay. And then I will say create a sheet because there was no sheet, right? So first I have to create a sheet. So for that, the command would be xssf sheet, shet sheet. I'll call it sheet equals to, and then again I need workbook, book dot create sheet, and then I will say employee data. So this is the sheet which I'm going to create. And now I want to insert into it, right? So I'll use a for loop to insert into. So for I equals to 0, I is less than say 5 rows. I want to insert 5 rows, and then I'll say I plus plus. I'll say XSSF. I'll have row equals to row equals to sorry row equals to sheet dot. Now since there is no row created, I have to first create a row. So I'll create a row, and that will be my I. So this will be the um, first row created. Now if I want to create a column, I mean in a row, if I want to enter values into the column, this time I'll just do 3 and then j plus plus. So I have to go here, and then now I have to say row dot create cell. So first you have to create the cell at position. So it is in 0 row right now. So first you have to create the 0th position. So 0th column, and after that I can set value. So I'll set value, and I'll say set value, set cell value. Yeah, set cell value, and I'll say automation class. I want to set this value into all the 5 rows and 3 columns. Correct? So let's see how to do that. So like this will go ahead and set those values. So once everything is done, once you have your rows and cell created and everything written, finally you can use workbook dot write. So you have created a workbook, right? Here, you have created a workbook object, but to write it, you have to use the out stream. So output stream which you have created here, you can use it now. You can say that, okay, workbook object I have created. Now, whatever I have created in this workbook object, write that thing into outstream. So like write that thing into this Excel file. So this line is very important. And then workbook dot close. So I'll close this workbook. So this is how you, and you can also close the stream. I think you can close the stream also. Yeah, you can close the stream also. So once your stream is done, you can close the stream and you can close the workbook. Let's see what it does. Oh, I didn't disable this, so it will run both. So it read the file first and then it wrote the file. So for writing, it is, I'll go to the file, double click it, and I see 5 rows, 5 rows and 3 columns printed with automation class. Okay. I hope this was like, and also employee data. So a sheet was created, an Excel file was, so workbook was already present. So sheet got created and 5 rows and 3 columns got filled in with automation class. Okay, so this is example of reading and writing into an Excel sheet. So now we'll go to the next one, which is data driven. So we have read from Excel Microsoft, we wrote into Excel. Now next one is, here it's showing some common utility methods, which you can write to, you know, if you want to read an Excel, so you can create an utility method for that. And you can always call that utility method to read the Excel. Similarly, if you want to write some columns, so you can create a utility method to to handle that. Instead of writing this set of code again and again, utility methods is like you write them once and then you pass values to them, like you will pass your Excel file name, you will pass the sheet name, and your utility tool will do the work, which is like it will go to the, it will open the file, it will read some data, or it will manipulate some data into the file and then give you back. So most commonly uh, written utility tools are on Excel. So like in your project also, you would have like once to handle any Excel read write operation, you will just write one utility method and you'll keep calling it all the time. So now we will see here they have given like 3-4 options, but we will be checking this option where it's like we have a Excel, we have username and password. So we will read username and password, pass that username and password into our website, which is like exactly like this. So you take username, you take password, you put it into your website, username and password, and then click on sign in. If the sign in is successful, you will print a message called valid or like pass in the result. And if the sign in is unsuccessful, then you will print the result as fail, right? And this is your Excel. So this ABC is your Excel. So you have your input username and password here and the results here. So it has to check. So your test is to validate the username and password and let me know like which username and passwords are correct. So that is your validation. So you will run this, you will write a code to read username and password from Excel, go to the website, pass these values, run the code, and if the username and password is successful, like logs you in successfully, uh, say the result as pass, and if it does not log you in successfully, say the result as false or fail. Okay, so let's read, let's work on this one. And we are not going to discuss Philo. Like if you want, you can go to this link and get more information on Philo. I've never worked on Philo, but I've used, and no one uses Philo, I guess. They all use like Excel, POI. Uh, Library. Okay. So now we'll be automating this part, right? So I have Excel file here, and you see Mercury login. It has some user ID and password and has the results. I want to get this user ID password and log in and see if my result is true, is pass or fail. So now this is my testing, which I have to do this. So the same code will be repeated like 4 times with 4 different values, and it has to print the results here. Okay, so now let's see how to do that. And after this, we'll take a break. Uh, so this will be the last topic of Excel file. Excel read write. Where is the Excel code? Okay. The code would call Mercury DDT, Data Driven Testing 1. Okay. If you want to refer this, you can open this in your terminal. I will go and I'll practice it here. So I'll create a new others TestNG class, and I will call this as Mercury DDT class. And this will have before test, after test, and finish. Okay. My before method will still remain the same, which is create the driver, maximize the window, timeouts. I'll create a web driver. These things will not change. Annotations. Here we will be using one good annotation, which is XSSF cell. So we will see that how to use it. Okay. So what I have to do is like, first I have to read this Excel file, right? I have to get user ID and password, and then I have to go to this website with the user ID and password, validate if the login is successful, and pass the result. So the code of sending, like the code of going into the website, as in like going into, where is the code? It has to go to this page. Here it has to type Mercury, and then submit, right? So let me do that. MERCUR by Mercury, and then Mercury, and then submit. Okay. So it says login is successful. So if login is successful, we see login Mercury tools as the title, right? But if I write this some invalid thing, if my login is unsuccessful, I see sign on Mercury Tools, or I get this one. So every time I see sign on Mercury Tools, I know that my login credentials didn't work, right? If it worked, then I would have seen the other screen. So I have to create a class which uh, which will first read my Excel. That is true. But after reading this username and password, it has to first go to it has to go to this website, open this link, choose username and password, which I give, and submit it and check. So all these things it has to do. So very first thing which we have to do is like read the Excel file, obviously. You have to read this Excel file, come here, read the Excel file. So I'll do that here. So let me create a function called Excel reader. Uh, let's call it main method. Okay. Excel reader main. And now here what I'll try to do is I'll try to read the Excel file. So same code what I used before for reading Excel. So I'll not change a lot. So here is the code. So whatever is not changing, I'm just open this for, sorry, close this for, okay. So up until this point, I've explained just before some time. So like you will open the into stream, you will have the workbook, then you will have XSF sheet, um, and then you will say the sheet, like the sheet which has to open this Mercury login, which is here, and then you will create a number of, you'll find number of rows. After finding the number of rows, you will iterate it from number of rows. So here you can see that I is 1 because I don't want to test it for username and password. So first column, first row, I'm skipping it completely. Hence, I'm starting the for from 1. So that means like it will directly start from here, Mercury, like this part. Okay. Um, I'm telling my row to be whatever is the row. And now I have to iterate over columns. Actually, I don't have to iterate over columns because I already know that there are only 3 columns. So 1, 2, and 3. And one, I already know what is stored in 1. I already know what is stored in 2. And I know what has to be stored in 3. Right. So what I'll do is, since I already know that if I didn't know, then I had to iterate through columns also. But since I already know there are only 2 things, so I can create a string first and say it username. So I'll say username, okay, and I will tell row dot get cell of 0. So it will always be stored in 0 dot to string. So that will help me get the username from the Excel. The second thing I'll do is get the password from the row get cell, and this time it will be 1. So the first location, the second location will be my password. And then I'll just print this username and password for us to see, just for the sake of it. Finally, after I get username and password, I need to send this username and password and do the operations in my browser. So what I'll do is I'll write a method now because I need to do those operations. So I'll create a method called validate login. I'll pass username and password, and I'll say result variable to be false. Here I'll say get this website, and then I'll say driver.find element the username, pass my username which I found here. So I'll pass the username, I'll pass the password, and I'll say click. So after it clicks, then I'll say actual title, get the title from there, and expect the title. So if the title is login Mercury tools, that means it's pass, or else it will be the fail. So I'm initializing the result variable with fail first. And if the login is successful and the title of the login page is login Mercury tools, that means it's passed. So I will say, since it's a string and I'm getting back some value, so I'll say result equals to, and I'll pass this validate login. So validate login and then pass these two values which we got here. So username, comma, password. So I'll call this object and then I'll say result. So this way, what it will do is first it will go to the row 1. It will get the username and ID, also username and password. It will come to this line. It will say go to this method which is validate login. It will have username and password. So it will come here. It will open this website. It will do the performance. I mean, it will do the. It will enter username and password. It will click on submit. It will validate the title. If the title is login Mercury, it will result. It will change the result as pass and then it will return back pass. If the login is not login Mercury, if the title is not login Mercury tool, it will return result as fake. So that way we will know. So now I have got back the results here. The final thing which we have to do is, so we read from the Excel, we did the validation, we have the results. Now the final thing to do is to write this results into the Excel sheet, right? So how will we do that? The third thing. So here we have the XSSF cell thing comes into the place. So first you will create a cell which you want to write. So I'll say row dot. So for every row, create cell, capital, create cell, and then of 2. Because we know it will be placed, the creation has to be done here. So this is cell 0, 0, cell 1, this is cell 2. So row of cell 2. So this is row dot create cell of 2. So once I've done this, I'll say new cell dot set cell. So first is creating the cell and second one is setting the cell with value cell and then value. And after that, you can say value to be set is the result. So this way you would have written so like for every row, you will first validate the user ID password and you will you will store in a store like, or you'll make a new cell and then you will write the result of whatever the result was. Finally, you will have your file output stream because you are going to write it back into the Excel, right? So you will say file output thing with Excel file path, which is like same file path as your first one. And then you will say workbook. So you will, this is very important. So you will say workbook dot write. So this will write it, and where will it write? It will write in your outstream file, and then you have to say workbook dot close. This will close the workbook. Perfect. So I have made changes to this file. So I'll save this file as this. I'll close it because it has to write it. So if you don't close the file, and if you have the files open here, then it will be difficult for this program to write it. It can't open an existing file, it can't open a file which is already open and write it there because there might be conflicts. If you have made some changes, then your code won't be able to make more changes and save it. So that's the problem. So I'll close. I've made the save. I have saved the thing. Now I'll run this code. So you'll see we are running for 4 different parameters. So my code will run 4 times, as in like this driver will open 4 times, or and it will try to log in with different operators. So first one was Mercury, second one was different, third one is ABCD, and fourth one is Mercury. So all these are like the different tests which it has performed and completed. So now if I go back to my Excel, where's my Excel file? Excel files. See, in Mercury login, this is populated by itself and it says pass, fail, pass, pass. So there's one which failed and the rest two pass. So these two are like valid login. These three are valid login and this is invalid login. Okay. So this is how you handle or like work with Excel, make changes, and then uh, this is how you do data-driven testing. So your Excel derives your testing in this case. Okay. So finally, we are done with this also. We'll see what is the next topic, but we'll take a small lunch break before that, and then we will continue with other topics. We have now we have to finish TestNG parameterization, listener extend report screenshot, Apache Log4j page object model, and Jenkins. So these are the topics which we have to do. Okay, I think we can finish it. So let's take a 30 minutes of break. Right now it's 2:05. Uh, let's get back by 2:40, 2:05, 2:20, 35, 40. Yeah, 2:40 should be good. Okay. Yeah, so as we have started working on TestNG framework for some time now, we have seen some of the advantages of TestNG and like how to install TestNG in Eclipse, how to write test cases in TestNG, some annotations like before test, after test, before class, before method, after method, before suit, after suit. So all these different types of TestNG annotation we have seen, but and like some more things like depend on method and depends on method and then enabled equals to false and things like that. So today we will be seeing mostly on some advanced operations of TestNG uh, on like how to we'll start with the sequencing and prioritizing um, because this is something which I haven't discussed in any of the class. If you have like 5 tests or like 4 tests, you can give priority to these tests, and based on the priority number, it will get executed. So all the things which are of priority 1 will be executed first, followed by 2, 3, 4. So they will be executed based on the priority number or the grouping. So we can just to our test annotation, we have to just provide an attribute priority with the value 1. So that, or with the value, whatever we feel like, 1, 2, 3, 4, based on the requirements. And then your execution will happen. Execution will occur in like sequential manner. So for example, here it's search is executing first, then log out, then open URL, and then login. So this is the sequencing it will follow to execute this test. So for that, I think I have one sequencing second. Okay, not here. Maybe it is here. TestNG framework. Parallel testing, extend report. Priority, second test. Oh, priority sequencing. Okay, perfect. I have this code. What happened to this code though? All two branches missed. Okay, so I have this code. It will work. Ignore this red dots right now. Can I ignore this? So no, I cannot ignore. Okay, so I have this code, uh, which which is like we have worked on this code before. It's like selecting some radio buttons, some checkbox buttons, some drop down buttons, and drop down multi select, and then drop down deselect. So we have all these different methods which we have worked on before. So it will just go to a web page, click some radio buttons, click some this. But the sequence it will follow is first it will run radio button, then it will run checkbox method, then it will run drop down handles, then it will run drop down multiple select and drop down deselect. So this is the sequencing it will follow. So let's see by running it. So I've executed the test. You can see did I disable everything else? Throws exception. Priorities 4, priorities 5. Maybe I have to run it again. Hold on. It is just executing priority 5. But why? Priority is 5. Run as TestNG test. If I run as TestNG test, it starts to work. I think I've created some XML for it. That's why it was not working. But that will be the next topic. We will be learning how to create TestNG, or like how to convert a test class to TestNG. But here I've given priority, so we'll see it how priority test case is executed. So I think it's executed. So see, I have created a priority listing. So I have priority equals to 1 here. So this means this will be executed first. So if I go here, it says priority is 1, then priority is 2. So in priority 2, this got executed. Um, then priority 3, 4, 5. If this priority was not present, then it wouldn't have executed in the same manner. So that is for priority. And if you want to do a sequencing, you can use priority as like the heading next to your annotation, and then run your program. Okay. Next thing from the topic is priority. Yeah, and if you don't give priority, then the test cases will run in alphabetical order based on your test. Okay. And then we have already seen enabled equals to false or true. If you have enabled equals to true, that means that the test will run. If you have enabled equals to false, that means the test will not run. So we have already seen this example before, so I'll not discuss again. Then there is a depends on method. Depends on method, I've discussed it already as well. So, but I'll still discuss it here, where it means like when you say depends on method, uh, before this test is executed, right? Before, let's see if I have depends on method execution depends. Okay, I don't have it. I can write it now. No worries. So depends on method is like until the method or until the previous method is complete, the new method or like the so this if you write a so your first method will execute as is, but here you can add depends on method. So when you write depends depends on method equals to and give the method name. So whatever method you want it to complete before running this one. So if I give this, it's going to wait until until this method is completed. So until this is completed, this will not run. So this is depends on method. Only if this method is completed, it will run. So that is the reason of depends on method. And the final is always run equals to true. When you have always run, it means like this test case will always be executed. Then this is one of the flag. Like how we have enabled equals to false, that means that will not run. But similarly, we have always run equals to true. That means this is going to get executed all the time. The final is invocation count. We have not practiced this one yet. Invocation count. That means if you have invocation count equals to some number present in your test, that means that part of the code will be executed that number of times. So if I have a test annotation with invocation count as 5, that means that part of the code will be executed 5 times. We will see this as an example, invocation count. So I have this example, invocation count, and then you see here there's a priority of 3 and invocation count equals to 3. So this method will be executed 3 times. So this is like drop down handles. So it will be executed 3 times. And here I've also used always run equals to true. So we will see what happens. Priority 5 will be executed or not. So let's see. So this is the same code. I have just mentioned different parameter values. So there's an invocation. So my first test will run as is. Second test says enabled equals to false. That means like this will not be executed. Third is priority 3 and invocation ground 3. So that means this will be executed 3 times, so whatever drop handle is. Fourth one will be skipped. Fifth one, we want to see like what it says. Like fifth one says priority 5, enabled equals to false. That means like it should not run. But here we have always run equals to true. So I want to see what is the impact of always run here in this one. So run this test. Your browser is open. It will run in sequential way because we have priority mentioned. So radio button is selected. And then Oh, I made a change here in this one, which is I made it before method. So before method means like every time a method or every time @test is executed, before executing @test, before method will be executed first. So I did it because I'm going to run one invocation which is of 3 times, which is here. Invocation count equals to 3. So this has to execute 3 times, and to this, for this to execute 3 times, it had to open the browser 3 times. So this will take care of that. So we see priority is 3 one time, priority is 3 2 times, and now we will see it 3 times. So this open again, and this is priority is 3. So 3 times, so 3 counts of run. And you can see that before every annotation run, even if I did the invocation count equals to 3, this this triggered 3 times and it run. And if we have disabled equals to false, um, it takes like higher precedence over always run equals to true. So if you have enabled equals to false, that means this will be skipped, as you can see here. So if you want something to run, you have to just give always run equals to true and take this off, and then this will be executed. So this is TestNG features which you should know. It's like it's even asked in interview questions. Many things like what is priority, how do you, why do we need priority? Then how do you disable a test? Then how do you make sure that test can be invocated 5 times without using data provider? So we will see data provider now, but this invocation count is the field which will execute this test number of times you've mentioned here. Okay. So these are like all TestNG features which we have seen. Now we'll move ahead with the next topic, which is we did the invocation parameterization. Okay. Let's start with parameterization. Parameterization is nothing but executing a code um, by so up until now we were executing the code from like we would write a code as in like we will write a TestNG class. We will create a TestNG class. We will write our code here. So we have like we have class, we have @test. All these things are present here. And we to run this, we will just run this and like click on this run button. And that way this class or like this file will be executed. So whatever you wrote, whatever you write in this uh, code or like whatever is written here will be executed directly. But now from now onwards, what if like there are there are many classes here. Now there are like 5 6 like there are like around 20 TestNG classes here, and you want to execute 5 or 6 of them right from here, and you want to execute particular test from here. So how would you do that? So to do that, we will use something called TestNG .xml file. So TestNG.xml file will have all the classes, tests, or methods mentioned in it, which you want to execute. So I will show you one example first, how the TestNG file looks like. So let me show you TestNG.xml, and I'll tell you how to create these and other stuff. But so this is how it looks like. So a TestNG file looks like this. Uh-oh, don't save because I need this TestNG. Okay. So TestNG file looks like this. Uh, it will have your classes, like which class to run, and you can execute this file, and this file in turn will go and execute the class files from here. Okay, so this is very important. Now we will see how to do this, like how to run a, a class or 2 classes from testng.xml file. Okay, so it's very easy. It's not difficult. So what I'll do is I'll choose any 2 files Let me choose like cookie handling and cookie handling class. So both are same things, but just different class, right? So what I'll do is I'll select two classes. I'll do a right click, and then I'll go and you see this TestNG. I will click on this TestNG, and then I'll say convert to TestNG. Okay. So this is the process. So first I'll do this. Why am I doing this? So that I can generate this testng.xml file. So I can name this testng.xml file as whatever I feel like. So I'll say, I'll change the name here. I'll change it to, and the location also. It's, I'll, all my testng.xml files should be placed in my resources. Okay. So I'll go to my source, test, and then resources, press OK. So it will change the location to make sure that it's in resources, and then I'll give file name, and file name will be let's call it um, test one ng dot test one not test one test class guide. Oh, this was a response sample. um Test learning one dot XML. Okay. I'll call it test learning one.xml. So this is my file name. Okay. So this will be the file name. Now, so make sure that even though it says location, it will still be your, like you still have to give your file name here. Okay. So this is something to look for. Then it's asking for the test name. So let me give a test name also. So test name will be, as you can see that it is in this place. So let me just give test learning one. Okay, so this is that name. Right now, I'll not give any other parameters of parallel or thread count. I'll just give classes selection, as in like it will just select the classes of these two files, and then I'll click on next, and finally I'll do a finish. So that way, I'll see if I go to my source test resources, I'll see test learning one.xml file is created. So I'll double click this file, and I'll see that this is created, which means that it has created a suite, a test, a classes. So like it means that if I run this XML file, if I run this TestNG suite, so like consider it as a suite, then all the methods in cookies handling and cookies handling classes. So all the methods in this file, in this file, and in this file will be executed. Okay, so let's see how that will be executed. So I have this. I'll go to my resources. I'll go to test and test learning one. I'll do a right click. I'll do run, and then I'll do test ng suite. So I've executed the suite, and you will see how it works. So you see, there is uh, my browser which got open. We saw a cookie handling program today just before the lunch, and this is the second browser. So there are two files which have been executed. There are two cookies handling. Yeah, so there are two test cases which are executing, and they are kind of getting executed one after the other. Okay. We can see that whatever we have written inside those programs, those are being executed here, and the run is complete. So both the files got executed, and this is the final results. Now, when you run your test from XML file, you will see that there is a test output folder, and this folder will have everything about this run. So whatever you have executed now, this all things will be present here. So if you want to get failed report, you can click on this testng fail.xml. But for us, all the tests were successful, so there was no failure. So I'll just click on index.html. So this is like HTML version of the report. So I'll click double click. So I'll see that the file which got executed, which is test learning 1 XML, there were 5 methods got executed, right? There were 5 methods and 5 got passed. So methods are here. So the methods, the first one had cookie handling class had only one method called login and get cookie. It got executed successfully. The second, uh, class, or like the second file had like Selenium learning cookie handling had like 4 test methods, and they all got executed successfully. So this is like your old version. I mean, this is like the TestNG version of report where you can share this with your uh, manager or the lead after running your test report. So after if your lead tells, okay, you know what, run like 50 test cases from your regression suite. So what you'll do, you'll go to this one, you'll mark those 50 test cases from your repository. You will create an XML file like this, and you will run this 50 test cases by just doing a TestNG, like for example here, where did the learning go? So you will click on that XML file, do a TestNG, and then run it. So do a run as and TestNG suite. So all the 50 tests will be executed. You will get a report in, you will get like your run report in this test output folder. And here you can click on index.html to view the report directly here. Or if you want to email the report, you can click on this one, this emailable report HTML, that will show you what all, like it will show the same thing. So number of test case executed. So there were like 5 tests executed. Out of 5, all 5 passed. If there was a failure, then it would write it here. Number of milliseconds it took to execute. So it was like 29,000. Then for which class, what are the methods which got executed? For which class, what method got executed? So you will have all this information present here. And if something fails, you will see the reason of failure here. Like if it fails, it will say why it failed. So this is like TestNG report, and this is how it looks like. And for this, you don't have to do anything. It's TestNG internal. So every time you run something through XML, that report gets generated by itself. Okay. So those are like the features of TestNG features. Now I want now we'll come back to the base topic of what we were discussing before, which is like passing parameters through XML. So there could be times where you want to pass a value into your class, but like to run a test case, you want to pass some values, okay? Maybe like username and password, but you cannot pass a value. I mean, like if you're running just one test case, you can go to the test case, give the value, and it will work fine. But if you're running like 5, 6, 7, 8 test cases together, and you want to send a value to one of these tests, or like the class which is looking for a value, how will you pass that? So for that, parameterization came into concept, where you can pass values to your class file with the help of this .xml file. So you can pass it directly here as a parameter, and then those parameters will be taken, and while executing your code, those parameters will be taken into consideration. So let's see one of the example of parameterization. So I have created this small method already, and parallel parameterization. Okay, and this is the XML for it. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to run this code. I'm trying to open the demo choose website, which we always do. And I mean, for morning also we saw how to pass like Mercury as like the username and password, and validate if the login is successful. So what I'm trying to do is now, instead of passing this Mercury and Mercury in the username and password, we will pass these values with the help of parameterization. Now let's see how to do that. Okay, so I'll create a file first. Let me do a new, and then I'll create a test file. I'll say before test, before methods. Okay, it doesn't matter anyways. Before class, after class, and my class name will be, let me name it with capital P since the class name, parameterization class code. So I've created a new class called parameterization class code. Um, Selenium learning. Parameterization. Okay, perfect. So I'll follow the same thing. I'll give my before class as this, after class, nothing for now. And for the code, plus final thing is web drivers. Okay. So since we are doing parameterization, you have to, I'll name the method just for sake of it as para. I will call it parameterized method. Okay. And since we are passing parameters from XML, we have to add parameters, capital P, and then we have to mention what parameters we are passing. So let me pass username and password first. So username, comma, password. Okay. So I'll pass my username and password here as a parameter. If I'm passing in parameter, I have to make sure that I accept it in my method, right? So I have to create string and call it uname, and create one more string and call it pass. Okay, so all these values which we will get from our XML, we have to first collect it here and then pass it here around among this. Now my code will remain the same, like to open the browser. I mean, like here it opens the browser, but to find the log username field, send the username, find password, send the password will all remain same. So what I'll do here is, so this is the username which I got from the parameters. I'll pass it here. Similarly, this is the password I got from the parameters. I'll pass it here. So that way, so username and password is collected from our XML file and then passed or to this place, and this will do the operation. So let's see if it works. Okay. So first thing to pass parameterization, like to pass some parameters is like to create a parameter uh, along with your method, and then it should accept the parameter values also. So this is first thing. Second is I will create a XML file for this. So my class file is parameterization class code. I'll do a right click, go click on TestNG, convert to TestNG, give some, like I said, you to go to source, test, resources, press OK, press start, test, param class dot XML. Okay, so this is one of it. I'll give a test name. I'll give a test name. I'll not give anything else. Finish. Okay, so now test. So I created my XML file. Where is that? Called test method XML parameterization. Did it create parameterization class? Oh, I didn't save it. TestNG method parallel. No, not this one. Param class XML. Okay, this is the one. Since we didn't create the class, let me delete this one. Since we didn't save it, it didn't create any class name. Class script. Okay. New convert to TestNG. Resource test resources. This is method finish. Param class one. Now I need to pass a parameterization. I just use this block. So I have to create this by myself. So I'll say here, I need to create parameter. So I'll first create a parameter. I'll name it as username. So this parameter name has to be same as the parameter name, what you have it in your class. So my parameter class name is like username here. So I'll go copy this username here as this and give it a value of Mercury. So similarly, I'll for parameters, the second one, my parameter is password. So I'll go to param close, paste my password and give a password value. So this is my second one. The third one is class name. So my class name is parameterization class.code. So I'll go here, I'll copy the class name. So now everything is set up. So now my parameter is set up, my parameter value is set up here properly. My class value is set up here that it has to open this class and give this parameter value. Now I'll try to run this suite. So run TestNG suite. I think I ran a wrong one. I have to run this one. Parameterization, this one, this one. So I've triggered the run. We have to make sure that it takes the parameter value which we are passing through XML this time. See, it has taken Mercury and Mercury, the password. So, and login is successful because we see login title. So instead of so this is one way of passing values from parameters, as in like your XML here, and value as a parameter into your main program. Okay, so this is one good way to pass values. Now, if you try to run this code from here, like this, from this part, if you try to run as TestNG test, what will happen? You see, the username and password field is blank. That means it didn't send any value, right? If you try to run this code with just help of parameterization class code, it won't work. Why it does not work? Because uname and the password values are null. So you can't pass anything here because you didn't run it from XML code. In those cases, to get rid of that, to get rid of those scenarios, there's something called act optional. Okay. There's something called act optional, and we will send like this. I hope the syntax is correct. Okay. Optional is disallowed for this location. I think we have to pass it here. Anyways, I have it. There's some parallel testing, parameterization, XML. Not here. Parallel testing. Okay, like this. You can pass it this way. So you can pass this value. So what this optional means is like, if you try to run the code and if by mistake or like if this if XML uh, file does not have parameters, if that file does not have parameters, then use this value. If there is no parameters passed, use this value, which is optional. So if a parameter is passed, use the parameter value. But if nothing is passed, then use this optional value, and that way your code will always run successfully. So this is like the demo data or like the default value which you will be passing, right? So with the help of this, you can run your code, and then it will take Mercury and as username and Mercury as password and complete your test code. So this is one good way to run tests. So now we have seen parameterization, which is nothing but running the test case by passing the test values from your testng.xml file. Okay, so this is what we saw. Now there is something called, I've shown you example with double double parameter value, so which is like two values. So we have seen this. You will see this one also. You can pass like one parameter also, two parameter does not matter. But if it is one parameter, you have to just make sure that there's no curly brackets like what you see here, like the flower brackets, sorry. If you're passing just one parameter, then you just have to pass the parameter value in double quotes, and that's it, nothing else. Okay, now we will see. So we have covered parameters topic, and now we'll move to the next one, which is parallel testing. Okay, so parallel testing, let's see what happens in parallel testing. Again, to run tests in parallel. So now if someone tells you to run like 10 test cases together, you know how to run test cases to like in a test and test ng suite. Like if someone tells you, you know what, go ahead and run 10 test case. So what you will do, you will come here, you will mark those 10 test cases, uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then you will create like a TestNG TestNG XML class, and then give all these class names, and run the test ng.xml file um, as a soup, and your execution will take place, and then you will get the results together. So that is like one method. But now, what if you want to run these 10 test cases in parallel, as in like uh, your annotation concept should also run at the same time, your browser control should run at the same time, your class calendar should run, and calendar one, so similarly others. So what if you want to run these tests parallelly? Like how would you able to do that? So with the help of TestNG, we can do that. Like we can run tests in parallel, and we will see that how. I'll close everything. We have already covered parameterization, and right now we are trying to learn parallel testing. So for parallel testing, this is the code. Um, so what I'm trying to do is, I have a class called um, parallel testing class, and I will try to run the same class like parallel testing 3 times. So I can do that also. With the help of TestNG file, I can run the same class like 100 times also if I want to. Uh, that's the advantage of using TestNG file. So what I want to do is I want to run parallel testing. Parameterization is done. Let me go see methods parallel XML cross browser XML. Okay, let me first open the cross browser. So let's see what I'm doing. So I want to run this one of the test cases which I've created. I think just because I create a XML file for these for these kind of classes, it starts to highlight in a red color if there is a discrepancy. All 2 branches miss. So like if there's a discrepancy, it will highlight. I don't know how to fix this as of now. I'll work on it later. But for us, this will not stop us from running our code. Code will run all fine. No, there won't be any problem. So we have created a class called parallel testing. And then we have created one method called, and we are passing a parameter called browser to that. Okay. So there's a parameter called browser. So we have to, whenever we write our or create our XML file, we have to make sure that there's a parameter tag in it, and it passes some browser value. If not, I have said like, if there's no value from the browser, then make sure you choose edge and do the testing of this method or this test. Okay. So what I'm doing, my code is to just open this website in Firefox or Chrome or Edge, depends on the parameter. So I'm taking a parameter called browser, and whatever parameter I give in my .xml file, it will run the tests based on that uh, method. So like if I pass ff from my XML file, then it will come to this one and it will open Firefox driver, and it will do the testing, or like it will send, it will try to log in into demo tool, demo tours website with the help of Mercury and Mercury as ID and password. Okay, so this is one. Similarly, if I want to run the same test with Edge as a driver, then I have to supply parameter as edge. Similarly, if I want to run Chrome, then I have to supply parameter called Chrome. So I want to run the same file uh, or like same class test parallel testing with 3 different parameters. So first I will say I want to run it in Firefox. I also want to run it in Edge and want to run it in Chrome. So I have to pass like in my XML browser, you can see that I have a test, and here the test name is like I'm giving testing cross browser. So I've given a test name, and then I'm giving it a parameter browser value. So I'll say parameter name is browser. Parameter name should be same as what you have mentioned here. So this should be a parameter name. So browser, and I'm selling value is equals to FF, which is like for Firefox. And then I'll say class name in this. So this is one test. Okay. And at the same time, I'll write one more test, which is of same thing, but again, the name will be different for this test. And but class name will be same. So it's going to execute the same file, like same this class, but this time it will run it on Edge. And then I did one more thing, which is like one more class test, and then I'm running this one on Chrome. So these are the tests which I've created. So these are like the tests, and each test has one class. So these are like 3 tests which I've created, and I'll be running them. In suite tag, right? And this is my suite tag, test suite. And here I'm making parallel equals to test. When I say parallel equals to test, it means it will be executing these tests in parallel. So all the tests which is mentioned here will be executed in parallel. Okay, so parallel test. What I'll do is I'll try to run this code. I'll run it. So let's see if it is open. If we have to see that it opens all Firefox, Chrome, and Edge. So it opened Chrome, sorry, Edge, and then it opened the Firefox. So it executed all the 3 together. You see, the other 2 are still opening. So one is done. The 2 are still, but it has triggered. It's not like it hasn't triggered. So it has triggered and it is running. But between every instance, there will be some time. Parallel does not mean like it will run all 3 at the same time. So first one will be triggered. Then second will be triggered like in some time, like 2 seconds, and then the third one will be triggered in 2 seconds again. Or like they'll have little bit of difference, but then they will all run independently without having any dependency on each other. So this is called parallel testing. And with the help of parameterization, we just did like cross browser testing, as in like we just told which browser to use and executed the same code. And with the help of this parallel equals to test method in suite, I can run this test parallelly. Okay, so this is one. This is a way to run your tests parallelly from your XML file. So TestNG has like a very good advantage here, where we can run our tests. Even if we have like 50 tests, we can create a XML file, put all the class or test names here, class names here, and then execute them all together. And then we can, and there's this thread count here, which means like number of threads it can create, or like the maximum number of threads it can create. So if there are like 5 browser, like if this number is 3, that's my maximum of 3 browser can be open at the time, and like 3 threads can run at the time. So for fourth thread to start, any one of this has to end, and then fourth will start. Similarly, once second or third or fourth, any one ends, then it will start the another one. So thread count means maximum number of processes it will run at one time. Okay, so these are all TestNG features, but again, very important interview questions. So you have the more you practice running your test through XML, the better you will get at it. So by this, we have covered our parallel testing here, this one. And now our final topic of TestNG is parameters using data providers. So like how can we, so data provider is an inbuilt function of TestNG where you can, like how we ran our code from our Excel. So let me show you that. So data provider is like running the same test with different input values. It's same as data provider. So with Excel file, file input, you see, we ran this code, the same code we ran for like 4 times, but we passed these values from Excel. So imagine, like not imagine, like there's a data provider class, in or annotation. It is an annotation. So there's an annotation called data provider with TestNG, where you can provide uh, these values like how you see here and run your tests. So let's see how to do that. So I have already written the code for it. Parallel testing is complete. Now our new code will be data provider example. So this is the data provider code. It's very simple. The code does not change at all. Like you have your before method still. It will be like go to the browser, go to the link and open the before method. Okay. Or open your browser, go to the link, and then you will go to the main test method, and here you will pass username and password. So these methods won't change. These methods will remain the same. The only thing which will change here is how you are going to pass, like first is to how you are going to create a data provider. So data provider syntax is this, like to create a data provider, you have to first create an annotation called @data provider. Give the name of your data provider. So the name of my data provider will be login in this instance. So I have created a data provider and I've given a name to this data provider called login. Okay, now I have to create an object because this an object has to be two cross two. Two cross two as in like it should be two dimensional, sorry, not two cross two. It should be two dimensional, as in like it will hold records like how we hold it in Excel, but like two dimension. So I'll create an object of two dimension and I'll create an method name called get login data. Okay, and here I will say return new of object, and so I'm creating an object and then returning that object back. So I've created an object and said like, okay, object is first one I'm saying Mercury and Mercury. Second one I'm saying, let me say for time being, I want one of them to fail. So this is the second parameter which I'll pass. So I'll be passing two parameters. One will say Mercury and Mercury. Second will just be a dummy data set. Okay. And in my main method, I have to tell what is the data provider I have to look into. So I have to mention data provider equals to data provider name in my test. So this is the syntax you can say, which will be used, which is required for setting a data provider to your test. So once your test ng, while execution, it comes across this, it sees like, okay, @test, and it says data provider equals to login. So that means it will go to this one and it will say, okay, login. So what is the data? Give me the data. So here it says like there are two sets of data. One is Mercury and Mercury. Second one is this one. So so what it will do is like it will run the complete code with first set of data. So it will run all this with first set of data first. And then once the execution is complete, then it will come to the second line and then it will run the complete code with the second option. Okay. So this is why parameterization, I mean like this data provider will help. Um, so you just have to create a data provider, pass these values. Oh, you made some changes here or what? New of object. Okay, okay. If it doesn't work, okay. So now I'll run this code and we'll see if it works. So this one, I don't need to run it through XML yet. I can directly run it from here. So I can run this from here because data provider does not have anything to do with the XML file. It is present in your own website. I mean, like in your own Java code. So see, it worked for the first one, and then it will create, the entire code will be executed for the second one because we are using before methods. So it will again create a new driver. It will try to pass the second, which is, and then it failed. So these are like the two, and here we see both are passed. Okay. Because we are not having any annotation, but here it says login validation equals to fail. But we didn't do any assertion, so we won't see that. But see here it says TestNG data provider example. It got executed with the first set of data, and then it got executed with the second set of data. The same class got executed twice with different set of data. That is called data parameterization. Okay, so we have gone through this data parameterization, how to add data parameterization and how to uh, run them. So these are all TestNG features which we have seen, and it's very important interview questions also. So please do practice this. I have if you go and look into my code, I have a written code for all the parameters or like different combinations of um, parameterization and data provider. Do practice each one of them by yourself whenever you have time. So this file is like subset of this file, so it's the same thing. Now we will see listeners. There's three more topics left, I guess. Listener extend report capture screenshots, Log4j, and then Jenkins. Just three more topics left. Maven plugins, so Jenkins, and finally Log4j POM extend report capture. So let's finish this one first. Okay, so TestNG listeners. This is an interesting topic. I got to know about it recently. I had no idea about this one before. But this is a very good thing. TestNG listeners. It is working on your back. So what you will do is like you will create a test listener class first. TestNG listener class has some methods. So TestNG listener class has some methods like how we have annotation methods. Like annotation methods, we have like before class, before test, after test, before method, after method, before suit, after suit. So we have like different methods, annotations, right? And each annotation gets executed whenever it's required. You don't tell TestNG to execute them. They get executed based on their framework or like how their framework is designed. So first before test, before suit is executed, then test, then class, then method, and then this is the flow which it executes. So similarly, these listeners are also like kind of programmed it in a way that it has some methods like on start, on test success, on test failure, on test skip, on test finish. So there are some methods um, which will be executed whenever there is this whenever there is some criteria which is met. So we will see that how this listeners are created. The first thing is like how this listener class files are created and how it is uh, incorporated with your TestNG class file and how it's invoked. Okay. So the first thing we would know is like there are several methods in this one. Okay. So on test starts is invoked when a test method starts. So we'll see this method and then also see when it is. Okay. So I'm going to create a test listener, custom test listener. So I can create my class and it should implement test listener. So this is the test listener interface, which I'm going to implement here. So I'll say my class to implement this interface. So like I'll say custom test listener implements I test listeners. Okay. So this is the syntax of writing or like implementing the listeners. And then my on test start. So on test start is the method which I will be which I will be kind of which will be triggered every time my test starts. Like every time there is a test. So this think of this class as like super class, or like this will be like a monitor. It will be like monitoring, or the word as the name says, listener. So this will be listening to this console and see. So every time the console tells, okay, I'm going to start a test method. So this method is executed during that time. So this one says test started, and it will say result dot get name. So this will say like what happens, like so whatever you write in this method, those lines will be executed whenever a test starts. Okay. Similarly, on test success. So if there's a test which is successful, then this will be executed. Whatever you write in this method will be executed. Similarly, on test failure. So whatever you write in this method will be executed. Skipped, whatever you write will be executed. Uh, if test failed, but within success percentage, then this will be executed. I've not implemented this part. And then this is on start. So every time TestNG test case starts, this will be executed. So this is on TestNG start, but this is on like execution start completely. Invoked when a test suite starts. So that means like when a complete test suite starts, this will be invoked. On finish, it's like when your complete test suite is executed, then this will be executed. So all these methods will be executed based on their event occurrence. So if a test runs, then this will be executed, and then your test will be executed. If your test is successfully executed, then this will be executed. So similarly like this. So you have created a class implementing the test IT listeners, I test listeners, and now you will see how to use this in your code. So like you have created the listener, now you have to uh, use this. So I'm creating, so I will run class name listeners. So let me see where this is. Test range, listener main XML. Listener main XML. Where is listener main XML? Okay. Oh, this is listener main Java. Okay. So I've created a code. This one is without any web, is without any Selenium. So this is like just normal. I wanted to show like what happens if you run it, if you try to run a program, and how listeners will be executed. So I have created one small code uh, with a class called listener main XML. So this is just the name of the class, does not have anything to do with it. I have a test method, and it says system.out.println, and here I'm telling assert true equals to true. That means like this condition is passed, but that means this method is passed. And then there's one more method called method 2, and here I'm saying assert fail. That means this assert has failed for some reason, but it says assert fail. And third one, I'm trying to say that uh, throw new exception, and this is like skip exception. So there are three methods. I have it in one of my TestNG file, TestNG class file, and now I want to run this class file with the help of XML file .xml testng.xml file, and in my testng.xml file, I will tell, or like I will invoke listener as in like I will invoke this listener method which we created. So this listener which we created, this listener is like a Java file which we created. Okay, so let's see how to do that. So this is the listener class.xml I have created. Um, everything remains the same. See, the test is here. Um, So this is my test, which says like include methods to run, like it has like class name. This is the class name. Then I'm saying, okay, I have hided this one. So this is not there yet. So this is commented out for time being. So just to explain like how it would run. And then I can add methods to show that we can add methods also here. So I have classes, and classes has like the test class name, and then there is my test suite. And before this test suite, I'll be telling that there is a listener, and then the listener class name is here. So what this TestNG will do is like it will, before running your code, it will initiate or like instantiate this um, listener, and then listener will be working in behind. So every time something is executed in this test, and which has like something to which has like on test start or on test success or on test failures or skipped or test fail on start on finish, this those listener methods will be executed as well. So now let's run this and see what I'm saying or like how it will be true. So I'll run it as test suite. So our test run is completed. So see, test suite started. So on the test start, like so before even executing this test, before even executing anything, you can see that whatever is written here is in the listener. So this is my listener class, right? So whatever is written here, sorry, this is my XML main. This is my listener class. So whatever is written here on start. So on start is for the test suite. So before my test suite starts, right? So here I'm saying test suite started content dot get name. So test suite started, and this is the suite name. So listener class XML. So listener class XML, I'll see the test suite. So this is the test suite name, listener class XML. So it got the name and it displayed here. Then the next method, which is like, so my TestNG starts, there's no before method or after method. So it will directly run this method one. So while it runs this method one, so my first test method started, right? So it will go to my listeners. Let's close this one. Method one. Okay, so it will go to my listeners, and then it will say on test start. So when test starts, it has to print this. So it says test started, and then it will take the test name. So test started, and then method one. And this test was successful, right? This was pass. The first test was pass. So on successful, so on test successful, this will be executed. So you see, pass message from method one. So test method one, test started, and sorry, though after which this is executed. So when method one got executed, this line was printed, and this was completed. So this method completed with output of this method as successful. So this will be printed after that. So it says test pass method one. So see, this is so all these lines like test suite, test started, test passed are all executed with the help of our listener class, which is like what we have mentioned here. So no matter any class or methods you try to run, it will always run. I mean like this, you have to just pass it in your listener, pass it in your XML file where you add this um, listener tag. And as soon as you add this listener tag, this class will start working and start doing its work. So anytime an annotation with which runs like at the test, so then this will be executed. So whatever is present here will be executed. The listener's work is to run every time some annotation runs. Okay, so this is complete. Now what I'll try to do is like I have shown in my previous examples of running tests, running classes, but we can also run methods by including methods here. So I have this class name, and in this class I want to run only method one and two. I don't want to run the method three. So this one has three methods, right? Method one, method two, and method three. I don't want to run the method three. I just want to run method one and two. So I'll include only those methods and then I will run this. So when I run this, you see there's only two methods which got executed. So pass message from method one, fail message from method two, method three didn't get executed. So with the help of this testng.xml file, or like you can control the entire execution of your code. Like you can control the complete execution. So you can design your XML file in such a way that you can control everything. And also if something failed, so right now here there's a failure, right? So if I go to my test output and if I click on my emailable report, I see that one test was failed. So here it says the failed test case, and here says the reason. The reason is this one, intentional failure. So this is the reason of the failure. So similarly for pass, like it's here. So the tests which are passed will show here, failed tests will show here. So all these are like TestNG methods. Oh, there's TestNG without, oh, there's listeners without even XML. So I forgot to mention that part, which is like if you want to run the listeners without having XML. I think I have the code for it. Let me show. So if you don't want to run your code through XML, and if you want to run your code directly, then how do you invoke TestNG class? TestNG, okay, it's here. I have code for it, so no worries. Listener main. So I have to just, so this is my main method. I mean, this is my TestNG class, and here I have to do @listener and give my listeners class name. So this is my listeners class name, customer test listener. So I have to just do @listener and then customer.class. So this way, by this, I can run this file and you will see that listeners gets activated. So you see here, listeners got activated. The listeners things are executed here. So like test started, method passed, method started, things like that. So you can invoke it in XML and you can also invoke it in your code by just using @listeners and then giving your listeners class name dot class. Okay, so these are all TestNG XML features which you should be aware of and you should use it also. And TestNG.xml is most widely used in offices because if you run like 50 test cases and if imagine like 5 of the test cases fail, then you will go to your TestNG report uh, fail.xml. So if you double click on fail.xml, it will show all the failed test cases. So in your interview question, they will ask you, like, tell me, like, how will you know there's a TestNG class? You have executed a TestNG test suite and there are 10 test cases which failed. How would you know which test case failed? So you will say that in test.output folder, there's a file called testng-fail.xml. You will open that file and then it will list out all the methods and the classes which got failed. So next time you can create your XML because next time I don't want to run the past test case, right? I want to just run the failed test case. So I will choose these tests, whichever failed from here. I'll run only these tests. And once these tests are successful, then I'll be done. My testing will be complete, right? So this is the reason why we need testng fail.xml. Okay, now extent report. So we have seen this report. Mm, the report which is default. So this is like the default report generated by your test engine. This does not look so good. Uh, Let me show one of the extent report if I have it. And that one looks like way better. Okay, this is the extent report. So this one looks way better. It has like better control. You can attach like screenshots. It will share the time. It will say what all test cases has been executed, the steps and everything. So this one is like better looking report. Plus it will give like detailed information. It has like graphs and charts and everything. Um, and it has like automation status run also. So there are so many things with this report. And we'll try to create this report. It's not difficult to create this report. It's like really easy. Um, you just have to download it first. Download in the sense, since we are using Maven, thanks to Maven, that it will be easy to incorporate with our Maven class. Yeah, with our Maven class. So let's see how to do that. So test extend report is like third-party tool, and most widely used with Java. It works only with Java. So anyone who is like working with Java and TestNG and Selenium, they're most probably using extend report for reporting. Reporting, like you have better control over the reporting. Plus, like the look and feel is very good. So to download this, I will be sharing the form.xml file, dependency file for extend report. For extend report, it's this one. Where is Zoom? This is the dependency. Please download this dependency. After you download the dependency, we might have to write a code now. Extend reports, Selenium, Java, TestNG framework, extend report. Create new. Then it have to be yeah, it has to be a TestNG class. So I'll go to new, others, TestNG class. I'll create one extend report class. What all does it have? Before test, after test. Okay. So I'll try to generate a extend report now with the help of, since we have already downloaded this form.xml dependency and attached to our Selenium this code project. Now we can use the extend report. So first, what we have to do is there is some predefined settings which we have to do in order to use this extend report. So let's do that. So I'll create this. This is the latest version of extend report. So I'll not be discussing about the previous one. Previous one, there was like a lot of settings to do, but this one's are like very easy. So first thing which you have to do is like uh, set up a static extend Sparker report. So this is the first thing which you have to do uh, in your class. So all these variables you have to set, all these objects which you have to set it up first. So extend Spark reporter. This one is to do your config setup. The second one is to, there are three things now. Earlier it was just two things like extend report extend and extend report test. So earlier there were like just two things, but now you have one more thing called extend Spark reporter. So there are three things in total, which you have to initiate first. Okay. And then you have to initialize your reporter as in like public void initial. So I'll initialize the reporter as in the tool extend report. So I need to write like some lines of code to set this up or like to set up the configuration of extend report. So the first thing would be for my Sparker report. So this is used for setting up. Extend report has like two parts. One is on the left and one is on the right. So this one is the rest to the extend report and extend test are used for the other parts. So like I'll show you one example here. Reports, extend report. So there is two parts. So one is this left part and the other one is right part. The one is extend report extend and the other one is like extend test test. So like this can be controlled with the help of this. So now I'll create some configuration. So all the configuration will be done with the help of this Spark reporter. And then we will pass this Spark reporter. So this is like configuration on how my report will look like and where my reports will be stored and things like that. So we'll see some configuration and those configurations will then pass to extend report and then we will use that. Okay. So configurations, there are like 6, 7 steps of configuration. I will write them all here and then I'll explain it. So, so what are they? The first one says like where my reports will be present. So I'll take the extend report. I'll say go to systems property user directory. So user directory is nothing but my learning. So this one is my user directory. And then I'll say go to the reports and then create an extend report.html. So this is the place where it will create the report. And this is the name it will use to create the report. So right now you can see that report is placed in learning folder and then in this and then report name is extend Spark report. So it will initialize the report here with the help of this line. Then I'm saying in the report, I want to set my document title to be automation report. So since I've already created it, so the document title will say automation report. So you see here, it says automation report. So this is for that. The Spark reporter config set reporter name equals to, since that the report name equals to test execution report. So one more config you're telling, and this is your report name. So I'll click on this, and my report name is test execution report. So this is your report name, test execution report. Then you're setting up the theme. Theme is standard. There are two. One is dark. So when you choose dark, everything will be dark here. And this is standard. So the look and feel is like that for this. And then timestamp format. So for timestamp to show here. And then once you set up all these content or all this config, you will say extend, which is your this one, and you will create a new of extend report. So here you're creating a new or an object of this extend report. Here you initiated the extend report. Here you're creating an object of this extend report. And here you're telling that with this report, attach this configuration. So attach reporter, and then you are saying the Spark reporter. So this is like an initializer. So this will set up this extend report, look and feel and everything. So this is required every time you try to incorporate like, your extend report or you want to create an extend report in your project, like for your test run. So you will have to do this. The second is my methods. Uh, Now, how do I call, these what will I do in order for me to create these things, right? So first one, I'll try to create some, I'll try to create some tests. So I'll create one uh, test called login page. Okay. So let me create a test called login page, and it will throw some IO exception. So we will be doing something inside which will help. Okay. So I'm creating one test method, and so this is, if I want to get my method name, so this is my method, right? I want to get this method name, then I can use this function called exception dot get star trace, get stack trace of 0, get method name. So with the help of this line, I can get the method name. Okay, I need this because I need to display it here, my method names. So I need method names. So I've displayed it here. So this is my way to get my method name. I can get the class name also similarly. Uh, this is my class name with the method called get class name. So this is a way as I need to display that in my report. So this is my class name. And then I can pass values in into the extend report. So I have to do this test log and then status, status. So status dot. There are 4 status which I have: fail, info, pass, skip, and warning. Sorry, 5. Fail, info, pass, skip, warning. So I'll choose info for now, and I'll say starting. I'll just call it starting open login and verify title. Okay, so I'm just naming this as this. So whatever you write here in info, you can see that for your test case, after your extend report is generated, you will see that here. So like my status is info, timestamp is here, and then the details. So whatever you write in your method here, so whatever you write here will be displayed here in details. Okay. So similarly, uh, so this is for the, and then I can assign in category. So test.log or test.assign category. So when I say category, you see here it says regression testing. So this is the category. So I can have like multiple category, as in like some test cases are from regression, some test cases are from UAT, some test cases are from SIT, like different different type of testings. So I can give like a category to each, and based on that, uh, those test cases will fall under that category, and then we can like group them based on that category also. So this is one. And now I will write the code, which is like we are going to run the same thing again. Our test WebDriver is not present, so I have to initiate the WebDriver first before test. So I create my before test. So every time there's a test which gets executed, so this is executed. And one more thing which is missing is WebDriver. For all this error to go away, I need a WebDriver. So this is my WebDriver, and I need few more things, which is by, which is capture screenshot. Okay, let me hide it for now. Screenshots. Okay, screenshots we will see in 5 more minutes, but before that, we will see the other stuff. Assert JUnit. Okay, why assert does not work? Assert of TestNG. Okay, so driver is again here. and then finally duration, Java time. Okay, perfect. So I have created this where I have named method name, class name, and then these are like the test logs which you want to be present in your these things. So these are like the method which I have created, and so here it is going to go get the username, send Mercury. So I'll write a test log that entered username successfully. Similarly, for password, I'll say entered password successfully. So then this is like submit. After submitting, I'll say login is successful. So all this test log, whatever you write here, will be present in your report. So this is kind of showing it to you that whatever you're doing or like whatever steps you're taking, you're just displaying it to user also. So when you read the report or like when you go through the report, you will see what are the steps which it performed, right? So this is one of the test case. I will try to run this now. Before that, I'll try to rename this one so that it does not go away. I'll call it report one. Okay. So if I run this code, oh, I forgot to initialize it. So when will this get initiated? It has to get initiated before my test runs. So this has to be initiated every time my browser is initiated in a way. So I will run this code now. Code is executing. What happened? It didn't find it. String because TestNG framework test is not. What did I miss? Oh, and also I have to do two more things, which is after everything is completed, I have to close the driver and I'll also do extend flush. This is required. But did I miss something? So priority is one, debug, login page. Let me run this again. Looks like something is not working. Mm, 10 seconds of
It
you.
says line number 45, Sri. You can see it. Is there anything in 45?
Assign category is all good. Method, class name, I have it. Where is this? It says null pointer exception, so it's getting null pointer from somewhere. Driver.
But it's a login page. External reporters Java but external reporter status constraint because
Driver person, everything looks to be correct. Do I have any add captures? No, add captures are all raw, pass, info, pass, everything is fine. Did I miss any methods? Okay. I think there's some problem with this Java file. Where did I do run all? Okay. Oh, report is still created, but nothing inside. Okay, which is good. Maybe I just need to do a thread sleep. But I will get cannot invoke. So it is coming to this point and then it's failing here. Test.log. Test is created or not? So test is created here. Static in test is created here. Because TestNG framework extent test is null. Okay, so this test is null. So test has to be done something. Oh, I didn't create a test. I have to create this one. So I have created extend report first and I have created it here. But this one I didn't even create. So to create this one, you have to use like extend, create test, and then you have to pass this method here and then give the name of the test. So this is important. There was no the test we created, but we didn't. I mean, we initialized it with no value. So right now we did it. You have to pass the extent into your test. Then it will all work. So see, it works now. Perfect. Then this report is created. If I double click, there's one test case, which is pass, and it has all the details. So this is a way to initiate and initialize and create a extent report. Now we will see about how to capture screenshots and um, assign screenshots. So now there's a screenshot which we can assign it, which we can capture and put it into this extent report. So let's see how to do that. I've already written code for screenshot, so I'll just explain you because there's a lot of lines which it has. So I'll just explain like what each line means, and then we will use that to take screenshots. So I have this file has its own file utils. Okay, file utils had to be something else. File utils. Where is this? Copy file. Okay, where's my file utils? Okay, so this is, I'm writing this method to capture a screenshot. Uh, so you'll be passing your web driver because uh, when you say to click a screenshot, wherever your web driver is pointing to, you will be taking screenshot of that time. And to do that, so first we will be needing first I will be needing, so we just need two things. We need like source file, we need like uh, the destination. So think of it like we just need two things, which we need like file source as like from where the screenshot is captured. So this line will capture the screenshot. So you will say driver and you will do a typecast to take screenshots here. That way, so like it, you will be passing driver to the take screenshots. And then here it has a method called get screenshot as, and then there's an output file, output type dot file. So this complete line will take the screenshot and the file will be placed or like the file will be present at this src location, okay. Now what you have to do is like take this file from source and copy it into a destination as in like wherever you want to store it. Plus, while doing this, you can rename your file to whatever name you want. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to create the screenshot folder. So I'll delete this folder first. Okay, so and I'll delete this report also. It will get created again. No worries. I'll delete all the reports. I'll delete all the reports. So what I'm doing here is first I'm going and telling go to the system property and get the file separator. So file separator is nothing but one backslash or forward slash. It will take based on the system. Then it will say go to extend report. We are creating a string called extend report, and this will have like dot slash and then reports. So your system will be always pointing to this learning project. Then if you do dots slash reports, that means like it will come to this reports. And then here I'm saying name, and here I'm creating a random string name. Uh, why am I doing all this? To create, first is I want to go to this learning folder, go to reports, and in reports, I want to create a folder called screenshot. And then the name of the screenshot will be given this, like if there's even a screenshot. So it will start with screenshot and then it will have some random value in, so this is math.random. That means like some random number and then PNG. So this way, file destination uh, will be like my complete path until this report, then screenshot. So this will be like extend path, which is coming from here. So dot slash reports, then slash screenshots slash, then my file name. So this will completely be my file name and that will be stored in DST. So what I'm doing here is like copying my file from this source location into this destination location, which is this one which we just created. And finally, when you say get absolute, so you have to return back the absolute path. So when you say absolute path, that means like it will, uh, I'll show you how the absolute path will look like. And then it will, so absolute path is like complete path it will find from C until the end of the file, until the file name, and then it will pass it to the, from wherever you are calling this take screenshot. So we are passing these screenshots into our Spark report. So we will see how to do that. So here is one, and I'll not make it warning. So here I'm saying that in my test, add a screenshot capture form. So this is the method which we created here. Add capture screenshot. So no, not that one. Sorry, that one is a method of this test class, which is like Spark reporter or like extend report. So this is like add screenshot from the path, and then so this will be looking at the path. So in path you will say uh, go to capture screenshots and drivers. So this is the capture screenshot which we have just created. So this part of the code will create the screenshot and will place it in report screenshot folder, and then there will be a file there. So the work of this part is to take the screenshot, store it into this reports. Inside reports, create a screenshot folder. If it's not present, if it's present, it's fine. If not present, create a screenshot folder and then create the screenshots with the naming given here. And after the screenshot is created, pass the destination back to from wherever it was created. So this will have the path of the screenshot, right? And then this path will then be used here. And then it will be incorporated into my extend report. So I will, what happened? Where is the error? Oh, thanks. So now I'll run the code and you can see that there's no folder here. It will soon have. So my driver is closed, everything is done. I'll do a refresh here, refresh. So I see, you see, now we see reports, we see screenshots folder. If I go into the screenshot, a screenshot is created with screenshot.randomnumber.png. And this is my extent report got created. So this is my extent report. And this one has like the screenshot also after entering mercury.password. So this is how we take screenshots, store it or save it, and then you can also use it in your reports by passing it to your reports here, which is at this location. So you have to just use test.add screenshot capture from path and then the method of capture screenshots driver. This will do the work. So this is how you generate extend report and then store it. So this is extend report path and screenshots. So we have covered this topic also. We have two more topics left. Capture, screenshots, everything done. Now we have to do log4j and log4j and page object model. It's not very long topic. So log4j is the log files which gets created. And if you want to store the log file, so I'll show you an example first and then I'll explain you how it looks. So this is uh, one of the log file which got created from yesterday while we were running. So this is the log file. So it will have everything what is when you run, whatever happens in your program. So the thing comes into this logger and gets saved here. So for time being, I'll just close, delete everything, and then close it. So my log file is empty. Now I have to create a program. I have to just run a program. But before running the program, I have to do some setting. So let's see how to do the setting. Okay, log4j prop. Before even doing this, like, we have to go get this log4j uh, dependencies. So these two are the dependencies which you need for log4j. One is log4j API and log4j core. So download these dependencies first. For some reason, I cannot open the chat. Oh, it's here. Okay, so make sure you download these two dependencies for log4j, which is like for logging purpose. And then you have to create a log4j.properties file. So I create this file. And then you have to give some information here. And this will be used in order to uh, store or like to even create your logger. So this is like the property file which you have to set up. So this is like the properties you have to set up in order to use the loggers or log anything um, into this file. So I'll give this. So I have this very basic logging setup done. I'm not going very deep in the loggers because um, we mostly use like extend reports. So logs, you can just know like what loggers will do. And if you want to learn more about the properties, you can like Google it maybe and get more information on different properties of logger files. And based on the logger setup, you can do this like you can do different settings and create like logs in a better format or better looking, maybe like in HTML format or other formats. But for today's, we'll be just using or creating test.txt file or .log file, not anything else. So this setting is good enough for that, where you're telling logger that you'll be doing debug and file, and then you're telling that you will create the file at this location, which is you're using appender, then the maximum size, maximum backup index, and then the layout is this one. So all these are like the parameters which I'm setting it up, and I'll be using uh, this property files in my code also. So let me see if I have a code for this already. I think I should TestNG. And yeah, or your log4j property should be placed in your resources. So it should be placed in src/test/resources. So make sure you place this log4j.properties file here with all your this thing. So the file name should also be like log4j.properties. Now I'll go to my source, TestNG framework, and then I'll take my logger file. Okay. So I've already created one logger file. It's not very difficult. So to create one logger file, I have to just do static logger. So this is one of the syntax which I need to use, which is called static, and then I'll create a logger instance and pass the file name, so class name here. So my class name is logger file dot class. So this is how I initiate it. And logger has like very few number of methods. So one is like logger.info. It has logger.info, logger.pass, fail, warn. So logger.warn, logger.info, logger.fatal. So there are like five um, in logger logger dot. If you write, it will show you all the methods which it has. We will be mostly using um, logger.pass, logger.info. Let me see here. hello GDPR logger dot info. So this is info logger dot. Do I have no, logger dot warn for warning. So these are the logger data we have. So let me see if there's more. Again, log is sometimes useful because it will have detailed steps of what you see here. So whatever we see here, we can store it all. You can also append whatever you see in console into your logger. So log will have like very detailed information of everything. You can direct this console things also into logger, but I have not done that property setup. Maybe I'll send that part later because I don't have the property setup for that one for today. So what are the logger info, and info? So mostly loggers info that we have already done. So in our program, we have already written. So this is like setting up the logger file or like the logger object. And here we are saying logger.info. Whatever info we want to be logged, we have to pass it through this one. So I'm passing all the steps which I want. Now I'll run this code and we'll see what our logger will look like. I have two methods. One is login page, another one is login page 2. So two methods doing almost the same thing, but with different input ID. So you'll see one is with different input, one is with different. So one of the method fails and one of the method shows pass. So we ran two test case, pass one, fail one. So now we will see here logs will be generated and the whatever logging we did, which is like link open successful. So you can see from the file, it says logging entered log files, link open successful, entered username successfully, entered username successfully. Here is linked open successful, like here in my before test. So you will see link open successful twice, maybe link open successful once again. And then you have your username entered successfully, login is successful, assert is passed. And then the second one is entered username successfully and then login failed. This is on this one. So fatal means fail. So login fail, login fail. And this one assertion failed, so it didn't even execute this one. And it's present here. So like this is the reason why it failed. So you see here that there are two test case run, one pass, one fail, and one skip. But your log will say whatever your log. You can append this part into your whatever you see in your console into the log files, but I don't have the property configuration for it, so I'll send that later to you. But that's it for the loggers. You just have to set up a property, then initialize with the class file, and after initializing it, you can just start logging. So whatever you log will be present in this one. Plus, if you say log everything you see in console, that will also be present. But for that one, I don't have the configuration. So now the last thing which we have to do before we complete this Selenium is to learn about page object model. So page object model is again a very good framework, which most of the companies use because of the way it is designed. So I'll show how or like what it is done. So first what happens here is like you will try to find. So there's one page called login page, right? So this login page has like two buttons here. So one is like two fields and one button. So what I'll do is I will try to create a login page.java file. I will try to get this element, which is like this username and this password and then this button. I will store all this web element, right? I'll store all this web element, and I will, so anytime I want to access this login page buttons, instead of creating or like trying to go and like, like there are so many times when we went into like logger or like any file which we created, we always had to do this logger dot this log sorry, driver dot find element, driver dot find element. We had to do this so many times. So imagine like uh, if this username changes, uh, the input tag changes from here. Instead of name, they started using ID. So now you have to go to every class files which you have where you have used this driver dot find element dot this one, and you have to change it in each and every file name, or else like this will break and your code will not work. So to overcome this problem, like where to overcome this problem, they came up with page object model. In page object model, what you'll do is like you'll go create an object page where it's like you'll create a log for us. This one is like login page. So I'll create a login page and I will have like all the elements identified with the value. Okay. So I have this at so I'll create an element called find by. With the help of this find by, I can find an element. So with find by and the name, this username, this is the web element, and I'll store this web element in this object called text user name. So similarly, I can find the password, and this one I can do it with there are different ways of identifying these web elements. So one is this at the rate find by, where I'll give my attribute and the name of the attribute or the value of the attribute. So I'll give the name of the attribute and the value of the attribute, and I'll say that, okay, store this web element in this location. Okay, similarly, I'll do, there's a different, the second way to store the element is using by. One is find by, which will store the web element. And the second one is you'll just do by text password, and then I mean like you'll write your uh, object name and then it will say by dot name. So this will also try to find that. But here it means like find by. This one is meaning that find by, and then this one is just by. So you will see the difference between these two. Like when you use find by and when you use just by, what is the difference? And this is you trying to find a button. So find by name, this one, and then that's a button submit. Now what I'll do is I'll try to create a driver page. So here I have driver, web driver as driver. So here I have to initiate this driver, right? I have to initiate this driver with something. So I have to create a constructor of this class uh, and pass the value of the driver, and then that driver will take over this driver. So first there will be a class which gets created, or like the object of this class is created, where you have three, one driver element, two this one, and three is this one, and the four. So four elements will be the object of this login page, and with the help of this constructor, you are initiating this driver value with the driver from where we are calling this, right? And then there's a page factory. Page factory is the method which you will use to initiate the driver with this value. Now we'll see like when we call this login page, we will get to know more about it. And then we are doing some operations on this page. So operations as in like this method I'm writing to set the username. So this method will set the username as like you'll say text username, which is like you have already found this element because this is web element. So you have already found this element. Now you just have to just have to send key, uh, as in like just send the name. So with the find by, you just have to send the value. But if I used by, then I would have to first do driver dot find element, and this is by, right? So this is by. So whatever you write here is by, but whatever you write by find by, that means like this complete thing. So you can, if you have already found the element, then you can ignore all this stuff and directly use the element name and send the password. So this is the difference between by and find by. So I have created a login page. I have created the four uh, elements of this page. So I've created the driver, I've created username, password field, submit button. So all the three are created. So and then finally I've created methods to work with all these. So I've created three different methods to work with username, password, and submit button. Okay. And then I'm passing the driver with the help of constructor and page factory. So now this is my main file. So there will be a main file, which is login page, and then POM TestNG Java. Okay, so now this is my main test where I need to log in. So what I'll do here is um, to log in, everything remains the same. So I have one test, one before class, one after class. Okay, so in before class, I will say my driver is this. I will give all the driver stuff. And then in my @ test, I'm going to say that, okay, go to the login page, create an object of login page. So it will go to this page, create an object of this. That means it will run all these five things. And then before running, I mean, like before creating this page, we are passing the driver also. So driver is created here, and then we are passing the driver. So it will take this page um, and the driver, and after that, it will go find all these four elements, whatever was present here. It will find all these four elements, and then so once all this part is executed, it will give the control back to this program. So it will be done. So as soon as this gets executed, my all the elements will be found. All my driver will be used to find all the elements, and then from this point onwards, I can either send the keys to what we say. Either we can write into the driver, read from the driver, or click button. So anything we can do. So I've created an object. After creating an object, now I'm saying go to this set user object of this class and send Mercury to it. So it will go to this driver store login. Then it will open this one, and then it will say text username dot send keys and then username. So that this means, like, I've already create told my driver to be press. I've already told my class that, okay, share the driver with this login class and find all these elements. So my driver already knows about these elements. Now, with the help of these methods, these things, I'm just going to pass the value. So I know the elements already. So with the help of text element, with the help of this setter method, um, I'm going to go to this element and send username. I'm going to go to this password element, password method, and give this password. And then finally, I'll go to this click method and do the click operation. And after that, it will come back to the main code. So this is like page object model, where imagine if I'm writing one more class where I'll be checking with the different username and password, or like I'm creating something new where I need to check something else from the same page, or maybe like create with different user ID and password. So in the next class, I can again do similar things where I'll create the object of login page, and then I'll set username, password, and click on this submit button. So now what will happen is, like, I'll have 10 classes which or 10 test cases which will be using this login page. So anytime if the name or the username is changing, or any field in the page is changing, I have to just come to this one class and update this one class only. So as soon as I update this one class, everything will start to work fine. I don't have to go and change all those 10 test cases which I've created, which are using these elements, right? So that way, page object models will be like very useful. And in real life, mostly any companies or like every company where I have worked for, they all use page object models, where um, you create all these web drivers, and like you create a class, have the web driver here, note down all the elements, and then uh, do a constructor, and then finally do the operations, like whatever the operations are. you will be writing it here. So that way, and even if like something which is like not used anymore, you can directly come to this class, you can remove it, change it. So it's up to you. So that way, page object model is like very efficient, fast, and it makes like scaling very easy and convenient for everyone. So I'll run this class to just show that it works. So I have this, I'll try to run it. Oh no, I have to run it from this one. So I'll stop this maybe. So I have to execute it from this one, form dot wherever my test classes are. And then you can see the operations were like very similar to what we were doing earlier. It logs in successfully and displays the result in the same way like what it was doing before. So this is how you create like a POM login page, like a page object model. So everything about the page will be present here, and then you will use that page as an object and then work on that object here in the @test file or your main test case. Okay, so we are done with all the topics on Selenium. You have to practice. The more and more you practice, the better you'll get at it. Um, Now we are left with one final topic here, which is Jenkins. It will not take a lot of time. Jenkins is very easy. So let's see how to do that. We have already covered all this integration. So now this is continuous integration. So for Jenkins, let me see if my server is still running. I ran it yesterday. So let's see local host 8080. I think it's still running. Okay. So I have installed. So let me show. Yeah, if you have not installed Jenkins, then please go and install the Jenkins. You have to go to Maven, so we already know. Okay, you have to go to this website. You have to go to this website, download the latest version from Windows. I already have it in my downloads. I've downloaded it, so I already have it here. Where is my folder? Folder. So Jenkins, after you download it will look like this. You can double click and start in this installation. Uh, After you start installation, it will ask you for some options, which is here. So you have to keep pressing next. Installation is very easy. Installation does not like need a lot of things. Installation is really easy. So once your installation is complete, uh, let me see if there's any special command which we need. No. Once your installation is complete, it will ask you to install without restart. So it will ask Jenkins. Okay. So once your installation is complete, you can follow this video actually. That will be better for the installation purpose, like the video which we have in the course just before this. So it has like installation and configuration. So configuration I'll still explain. So once your installation is complete, once you have like you have to set up the Jenkins path, which is from here. You have to while after installation is complete, you will get this screen. I select this one. You'll get not this one. You'll get this screen where it says unlock Jenkins, and it will ask you for administration password. So administration password would be present in your C program 86 jenkins.hcret. Once you see this initial admin password, open this file and copy this password from this file into your administrator here. Okay, that way your your administration setup will be done, and you will be uh, taken to the Jenkins configuration. So you click on the install suggested plugins and let it install all the plugins which it has. And then it will ask you to enter the username, password, confirm password, full name, and email ID. So enter all your credentials here and click on save and continue. Okay. And after that is done, your Jenkins will be ready. As in, like, you will see a portal like this one. Where is it? So you will see, I need to log in. So let me log in first. Uh, for me, what is my Jenkins? Okay, so for me, it's command and basically, okay. So after I log in, so you have to just say local host colon 8080 to start your Jenkins after the installation is done. Installation of this file is done. This file is in like this one. After this is complete, just go to your browser, type localhost 8080, and then all this will appear. Once you're done with the user creation, you will see Jenkins like this way, like what we see when you have nothing. But right now, since yesterday, I have created a project, so I don't see it completely empty. I do see some things present here. But now, first I will do is like, if my Jenkins is completely new, I will go to manage Jenkins. Um, I will go to manage Jenkins, and then I'll go to plugins, and then I'll click on available plugins, and then I'll type Maven because we are running a Maven project. I'll click on Maven, and then there are some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 Maven plugins which I need to install. I'll send that in a chat. So all these are the Maven plugins which I need to install. So you have to search these plugins, what I've mentioned here. So all these plugins, you have to search it here, except the first line. Maven integration, Maven pipeline integration, Maven release plugin. So for me, those will show up in my installed plugins because I've installed it yesterday. So Bootstrap, then so many. So if I say Maven, so all these are like the Maven plugins which I've already installed, but you have to install it like if you're doing it for the first time. So all these Maven dependencies which I've sent, you have to install it from, not dependency, all the plugins which I've sent, you have to go to this available plugin, type it here as Maven, find those all plugins and then select it. And then finally, once everything is selected, you can click on install. So that will install everything uh, into your Jenkins. So I'll go to dashboard again. This time I have to go and set up two things, which is like, I'll go to my manage Jenkins. Um, I have to do something called configuration. So I'll go to tools, and after going to tools, I have to configure two things. You have to make sure that you have to configure two things. The first thing you have to configure is your JDK. So in your JDK, uh, if right now I have already added, but if you didn't add it, you can go click on add JDK and then give a name as my JDK and then give your Java home path. Java home path, you can find it from your system environment variable also. If I say envir environment system variables, so I can go to this one and here Java home. So whatever is in your Java home, that same path, you can copy and paste it here in this one. And then other than this, you have to do one more setup, which is Maven installation. So from Maven, you have to go and then select the versions, whichever version you want. I have 3.9.6 installed from Apache. So you have to do those two setups. Make sure you don't forget to do these two setups. You have to add Maven and you also have to add Java or JDK version. So once these two are done, you can save this. configuration. Apply and save this configuration. Okay, so I've already done it, so I don't need it. After which, I can go ahead and create my dashboard or my pipeline. Sorry, so I'll create a new pipeline, and here I will say my second project. Let me say second project because I already have one. So I'll say my second project, and I'll select this Maven and then press go, or I mean press OK. That will take me to the new page, and here I can give some description. Let me name the description saying this is for automation, automation testing class. Okay, I will give this, then I'll keep going down, and I have to say the root POM. I have to enter this root POM. So what will this root POM be? This root POM will be my POM file from my repository. I mean from my repository, from my system. So I'll go to my system. My pom.xml file is here. I will open with no show in local terminal. Oh, sorry, I'll go this. System Explorer, target. So my form.xml file is here, this one. So I'll go to my learning and slash pom.xml. So this is my thing which I want. So pom.xml. So I'll write this and copy this part. Copy this part, and I'll go to my browser, and instead of root pom, I will type this completely. So this will tell my Jenkins to go and take this POM file, and then I'll write some install clean install. Okay, that's it. So I'll go to this, I'll do that, and then I will say save. So you can see that second project is started, and there is no run as of now, but I can build now. So if I click on build now, you can see that build has started. So this means the build is running right now. So this means build is running. I can click on this build, and then I can click on console output. So when I click on console output, I'll see what is happening. So this is like my build is running. So build is running in the sense like my complete project, what I have here, all these files are being loaded and built. So all these things which is in learning is being loaded based on the pom.xml file. Also, there's one small thing which I have done extra in this pom.xml file, which is this part, where after my build is complete, or like before my build is being, like when my build is being run, where's my build? Okay, it's here. So you can see that my build is happening, like the build is taking place. So once my build is completed, it will run the test which is present in my POM file. So see, there is this test. Now it started running the test. And this test, if this test fails, then it will say the build is unsuccessful. But if this test passed, that means it says like build is successful. So it has loaded all the files, and then it's running the test at the end. So right now it's running the test. You will see when it runs the test. So test run is complete. zero failure, everything is passed. So install is complete, build is successful, right? Now I'll waiting for Jenkins to finish, collect data, so channel stop. So everything is on so your build is successful now. And Jenkins has completed the build. Now, if I go to my folder, if I go to my extent report, let me refresh it here because so you can see that extent report has been generated just now 17:12:33. So 17:13 is the current time. So just 10 seconds ago this was generated. So whatever tests which I have written got executed. So now let's see how to set up these tests in your this part in your dependency. So what I'm trying to do is like I have created my POM, which POM file, which has all the dependencies. And after dependencies, I can tell uh, my POM that I want to run this test suite, right? The test suite of Jenkins. I have created this Jenkins test.xml file so that we can run it. So where is the Jenkins test.ml file? Let me see. And these are all the targets, all the folders which got created and which got created by our Jenkins run. So now I'll go to my reports. Where's my TestNG? Let me see. Oh, it should be in my source and then our resources. Okay. So here I have written this test while preparing. So I'll open this test. So we can see what this test is. It says extend report E1. So it's going and running extend report E1 test. So this is my test in TestNG in Jenkins test.xml. So in real time, this test won't be just one class name. This will have like multiple class names. So like this will have like uh, maybe like 50, 60, 100 thousands of classes here in this place. So all the tests which you will be writing, you will try to create a complete testng.xml file for that, and that will have all your tests present here. So every time there is a new build, so your code will be present in this source main.java, and every time there is a new build on the main software, all the tests which you are run and which present in Jenkins test.xml, right? This you will have all the test case name written here, or the class name or test methods name or anything. And when you create a build, your build will be done, and after build, all your tests will run. So once your tests are successful, it will show that the build is successful. If the test is not successful, it will say the build is failed. So now this is your TestNG Jenkins test.xml file. This looks like the same file how we were creating is for testng.xml. Now I'll say how or like how do you include it into your form. So this is the plugin or like this is the tags which you will add. I'll send it across in the chat. So here you have to say Maven Surefire plugin, Surefire plugin, which is used to execute your tests after build is done. Like your build, so they will do the build, then they will do the test. So if the tests are successful, it'll say build success, or else it will say build failure. We will try to do a build failure right now. We have done a build success. We can see here that the build is successful. It says build is successful. So if I go to my second project, it will show your, if I go to dashboard, see, it will say that my project was last successful run was uh, on 6, just before 6 minutes and 35 seconds, right? And it is successful. So if it fails, let's see what happens if it fails. So what I'll do is I'll go to my project. I know the class which it runs uh, is Jenkins TestML, and from here it's running this one. This is my test, which is being executed, right? So here, instead of both tests to be pass, I will say one of the tests to fail, because I'll pass something like this. This one, I'll pass like incorrect data, right? So I'm passing incorrect data. So that means like my login will not be pass. And here I'll get status as FAIL, fail, correct? So I've made the changes. Now my test case will fail because of this incorrect data. Now let's see what happens. So I'll go to this project. I'll say build now. So whenever I say build, you can see here in build history, you will see a build happening. So once you click it, so this is your second build, which is running. If I click on console output, I can see it in real time, what is happening, what the build is taking place and what is happening in the build. So you can see that it's creating jar. There's so many things which it will do, and the build will take some time to run. So wait for the build to complete. And then it will come to the test. So it says Surfire. So this is the Surfire plugin which we wrote at the end, and this has our test, the .xml file, and the test.xml file in turn has, Jenkins test.xml file has all our test suite. So it has two tests, and see, this time it failed. So it says it ran two test case, one of it failed, and the build was successful, but with failures. These are test failures. So we'll wait for everything to finish. So build successful, but test failed, and we'll see. So see here, it says unstable because your test didn't pass the second one. And here it's unstable, console output. Last build was 1 minute 21 seconds ago. And then this is the error, TestNG framework action log. So this is the test result and it failed. So if you click on the results, it will say where the error is. Error message. It was expecting login, but it found sign in, and this is the assertion error which you see. Now if I come to my code, I need to refresh my code first because uh, my report will be changed, right? My report will be the extent report which got created will be like updated. So I'll click on this, and now I'll see there's one test case which is of pass status, and the second test case is of fail status, and it says login failed. And these are the screen. This is the screen print showing like it failed. Enter your username and password. So it's still remaining in the same screen. It's not logged in. So this is how like you kind of integrate with the Jenkins, as in like you will have all your test cases written in Maven, and then with the help of testng.xml file, you can arrange all your test cases in your test.xml file where you keep all your test cases, and then finally you execute your test cases through pom.xml also using this Surfire plugin. So with this, we kind of complete all the topics of the automation course. This one says GitHub also. So the same thing you can do, whatever we did with Jenkins with the GitHub. So Jenkins and our current repository, instead of current repository, you have to choose the GitHub repository. So like the file where we said like in Jenkins, when we created a project where we said dashboard, new item. I have not validated GitHub part, but it will work. Maven project from Git. Maven project open. And then you have to configure from your Git, and once you configure from your Git, it will start to work. It will take the code from your GitHub repository and then it will execute, and then after executing, it will show you the result. So whatever it's taking from your current this path, instead of this local system, it will collect it from GitHub repository and then it will run the same build and everything. So that's the only difference. And that's it. So what else is pending? I think we have completed most of the things. Yeah, I think it's time up. I don't want to take lots and lots of time of yours now. We are already stretched by a lot. 5:24. So I think it's done. So next Saturday, we can have a test. I will send out a file. Uh, but that will be like take home type of a test where you can answer those questions and send me the answers. I will get those answers corrected. That's it. So I'll send that by next Saturday early in the morning, and you will have one complete day. So you'll have full Saturday with yourself and send me the file back on Sunday with all your answers, and I will try to correct that as soon as possible. And that will be your final exam. So it will be like take home test kind of a thing. That's it. It will be mostly Selenium related, this one.